Grand finals, it's day 2. Sense a bit of a fight brewing here. Or maybe Loon on the next assassin, but the follow-up is there from the Mars. Catches everyone in the arena with the Dawn ultimate follow-up, but the black hole from the low ground on 3. Down. Yeah, that snowball just set things up, but they are starting to melt. The Leshrac survived through it all. The BKB, they hold the throne. It's going to be a little bit careful. They've caught the Naga though. Oh no, that'd be a huge kill if they can find it. They're getting her low, and there's the BKB black hole follow-up. They've got the Leshrac as well. Naga immediately buying back when they've lost that hero black hole, but the Lycans going for the base, the tier 4, the throne. It's all gone. GG. It was a beautiful black hole, but they just...
All they needed was to close out the game, but yeah, that fight, they had the naked throne exposed.
Here we go, let's get things underway. Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, Day 2. And with the clockwork, he flies over them with the cogs being laid down. Poor Kiki Bessie getting absolutely bullied this game. Have it in a second, and there he is. Goes charging forward, gets a bit low to the CM Nova, but mid one gets a BKB to follow. Killed off one more, and he's looking for the big bad Morphling. He's looking mighty frail here as the Core Crystal Maiden once again has had enough, and it will be elimination for them as they fall short against a very tough opponent in SMG. Tournament favorites in a sense this early on.
Yeah, most definitely.
Let's get ourselves here. Uh-oh, 5-man rotation.
He's got this. They should surround him and not let him get out.
While he's healing him with the CM nukes and a Tusk rotation, they're going to turn this one around. Len's going to go down on the Void Spirit. Lord Boone snipes the kill as a TPR gets cancelled. Dodge the pull there with the snowball. The blink hole follow-up is there. The Wraith Pack trying to help him out, but they're going to focus this down. Damage from the trees coming in from Juso, and a freezing fill from Spag. He's absolutely destroying them. Look at it go. As Juice will chase down the Sven, they've killed off the Axe and the Void Spirit already, and there's one more in the Chen they may want to... And the chase is on. Everybody just getting eaten alive.
Try to save him. Juice, try to make a spider out of his own spike skill difference, as you mentioned. However, the Covenant, they did...
Match 17 start. Jonathan, give me a prediction. Maybe try to secure the Techie's kill. Remnants forward, he will find it, and he'll back right off. Sam's in trouble, still running, barely able to get out of the rage. Does wear out, but Bob is still able to stick over. They're not handing it. They are not handing it over. That is going to be it. Goons and Goons. It was a nice attempt here in round 3 of the lower bracket, but eventually Exploration proving to be the better team here today.
Look, Goons and going up against Jandals in a matchup that you
Predator League 2022 Finals Phase Day 2, Match 21 is there. They'll break the Lincolns. Now the charge in. Krish, he's going to lose the Exorcism immediately. He's got the Aegis though at the very least, but now the Bloodseeker has been caught out. Maybe they can burst out 4-2-3, and they will, but the buyback is immediate. Krish, he'll refresh. He'll have another Exorcism up. 11, he'll do the same. They'll find Mavis, but TNT are out of there. Onto the Knights, look at Asta. He's finally fought back. He'll rejoin the team fight.
Carlo
Massive
again.
Doom and the Carlo freezing field out, just deleting everyone, but they'll buy back for more.
otherwise you T5 games.
Here we go. Onto the Bloodseeker. They'll find 4-2-3, but he's going to be able to get out just barely. The BKB going to allow him to get out. However, they've at least got the silencer. They're on to the Ancient. This game should be over. It looks like it just may be. Surely they can't stop it. Even the Necro books are still going. They surround. This game's over. The TNT look very, very happy.
Carlo right now, Bach as well. They were just focused on the Ancient.
We'll get into it though. Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, Day 2, Match 24. Manning up through it. Now Tsumi will jump right back into the void. They'll find Joel on the Tusk. They will take him down. Meanwhile, Apollo, he was the initial target. He's going to drop the boot. Grim is gone, and so will Lewis. Everyone getting taken down one by one.
And
oh, that's a great hook shot. AU, perfectly timed. It won't matter though. BKBs were there. He will be able to survive through the onslaught. He'll be able to survive. Chains around. They'll lock in the track, but what a hook shot! AU, he'll land on all 3 of them. There's 2 down already. Grand finalists of the Predator League 2022. And what a way to do it as well, Jonathan. They do it in style.
they do it such strong, agitated about something, or excited about something. So,
To match 25. Let's get it underway. He'll get a couple at the very least. In fact, Bob now forced to back his way out and continues trying to fight Tino. actually kill him though. Grave keeps his close, keeping him alive. He's not dying. He is not dying. Joel. Eventually, Tino's still running away. Shanks, oh, he's not going to get the Aegis in time, but he set up a perfect team fight. Joel, he's in trouble. Even through the BKB, he is going to drop. Tino gets a triple kill. Grims.
Oh, he's healing.
He's trying. Akashi. No, he is going to drop all the damage, and now Shanks is out with the Impale. This is an absolute disaster for the side of Grindsky. The Glapian locking all of them down. This one's over. Oh,
he's not farming confidently.
Look at those.
It's just a stream. It's a laser gun.
It's literally, they're machine gun. I mean, they've got to try one last time at the very least. Oh, Shanks is in once again. He's only found Grims, but they do take him out immediately. Grims will buy back. They need this fight to go in their favor. There's your Gleipnir. It's got a couple. Grims, he at least got the tombstone down in time. What does it matter?
Die back.
Die back immediately. They're fountain farming him.
GG.
GG. See, this is what pisses me off about this hero, John. How does the fountain not get through magnetic field? Why is that a thing?
It doesn't have True Strike for some reason. It definitely should. So well. They managed to enable Palos, they get him farmed up, and Bang just using those familiars and Bang using those neutral creeps to get that pushback with the Wild Ring Ripper. They managed to play a really clean game.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The time has finally come. It's the Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 Grand Finals. Not just the Grand Final, not just the finals of all the tournament phases,
Grand
but
the Grand Finals.
The one and only.
It's been 2 great days, long days of Dota, and finally we are here. We had some upsets, we had some ups and downs, some really close games, some stomps, but yeah, also some brutal Dota, because all of these matches so far have been best of ones, and now we're off to a treat. It's gonna be the best of 3. The best of 3, Parker.
The one and only 2 amazing teams remain. 2 teams both representing the Philippines. It's Polaris and Execration. They've journeyed long and far. Execration particularly starting out, dropping right down to that lower bracket, making the long run. And then on the side of Polaris, you can see it there. They cruise their way through the upper bracket, taking down some stiff opponents, especially, you know, Chubby Boy's former RSG team, then meeting a kind of dark horse in Grind Sky. But yeah, you got to say, Execration's run through that lower bracket is very impressive.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they did manage to beat Boons and Goons. Chubby Boys, as you said, also taking down TNC Predators. So pretty much every single good team, like one of the favorites pretty much of the tournament, they did manage to bring them down. And on the other side, we do have Polaris. Polaris, as a team, did play in the LCQ as well. So, you know, they're a team that did play on the international stage before. They did like beat Team Liquid. They did beat Navi in those LCQ games. So yeah, definitely a bit more experience when it comes to like international like lands and the approach, I would say. But yeah, well, this is gonna be an interesting matchup for sure.
Absolutely, and even when you look at the DPC, Polaris have been a pretty strong, stable team in that Division 1, taking games off of teams like Boom Esports over the past year. So there's a lot of skill, a lot of talent there. Execration, I think, have had a bit of a rockier season. They've had some ups, they've had some downs. It is the final day, so Predator League Dota 2, the Grand Finals, Polaris Esports versus Execration. I mentioned it before, it's the only best of 3. It's the Grand Finals. Let's get the players onto the stage. Here they come. One last walkout for the fans. One last pose and standoff. 2 teams who know each other.
Oh yeah, that's what they've been practicing. Before they came onto the camera, I'm like, what the hell is going on? So we see there's a friendship between the teams, but when they get on the stage, when they get on their PCs, they're gonna be rivals.
Yeah, I'm curious if any of the other players have something prepared. Definitely a lot of fun.
They do.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah. He's ready. Oh! Jumps over. They plan. Oh man, these guys came ready.
I hope they are as prepped as they're prepped for their like entrance on the stage in terms of what they're gonna pick, how they're gonna approach. But yeah, these 2 teams coming out from the same region, same country, they know each other very well.
Oh, here comes the next one, walking out, not looking all too interested.
Pretending he doesn't care, not gonna even give him a look.
Oh, bit of a sign of things to come there, bit of a call out. Gives them the finger guns. Those are fighting words where I'm from.
Yeah, this was not very friendly compared to the first 2 pairs of players that entered the stage.
Oh, maybe things are going to be changing a bit here.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, someone's going to win. So they could be here a while. There we go.
We know who's taking the first game. Execration 1-0. Paper beats rock.
That was actually the coin flip to decide who gets, you know, pick and drop.
Who gets the first pick.
That's one way to do it. I think there was a Dota tournament that actually did that in the past too. But here come the last players.
It's a more skilled coin flip.
Ah, yeah. Oh, what? I don't think Natsumi and Execration are on the same page there.
Well, was that supposed to be the heart?
Half a heart,
half
and then
a
the
heart,
other guy
and
did the
it's
thumbs
like...
up. They didn't rehearse that one.
Yeah, it's okay, bro. I'm just gonna give you a thumbs up.
Yep. I like the piggyback, but I think the jump over the guy's back
definitely my favorite.
Yeah. They came ready, not just with the walkouts, but also with the strats, Lacoste. What do you feel like we're in for when it comes to these 2 teams in a grand finals?
Yeah, looking at the Execration, the way they play, the way like the team plays, focusing heavily on the laning stage, strong lanes overall, and give Bob favorite matchup. Like This guy is very aggressive, sometimes a bit too aggressive, but that's what we like to see. I like to see this type of like chaotic Dota. A couple of mistakes made, but he reaches his full potential in these chaotic games. Like when there's, I'd say there's no breaks, when everyone's just like straight up loose in the game, and I think in those games he's the one that delivers the most on the team.
Yeah, well there they were. That was the Execration side we were looking through. A lot of pressure on them coming in as slight underdogs, and here you have Polaris, Natsumi, Ao, Lelouch. Very star-sided roster. You've got Force, aka Nico, as well, and Xavius.
Yeah, one player that stands out to me is Force, aka Nico, as you mentioned, is that he started very low in terms of MMR and grinded it up. Like, I believe the exact number was 4K, which is pretty low for competitive Dota.
Very low.
Yeah, very low, but above average in terms of overall Dota MMR, the average Dota 2 player. And yeah, he's been delivering. Like, I remember some of his performances, especially the one on Doom. Also, like, Broodmother performance against the Grind Sky, top-notch. Like, 14-1 finishing that game, like, just shows how good of a player he is.
During the DPC, I think players ran issues with his hero pool. He was like, had this amazing Mars, but that's been the big change, I think, with him is that hero pool is really growing. The fact he can pull out the Brood. Doom is something he's played before. It's just something you need out of your offlaner. You need that flexibility.
Yeah, I think it's very important for players who do have like one of these flaws that you mentioned, like a small hero pool, that they work on it instead of just like ignoring the problem. He's one of the ones that did embrace it, and now the hero pool is getting bigger, as you mentioned.
Yep. Well, the offlaner on the other side, Tino, a former carry player, I'd say, you know, suffered maybe at times a similar problem as well, but he's kind of been growing and adapting to that offlane role, and kind of has been at times the kind of key playmaker around Bob. Like, he's the guy that often is, you know, charging forward first, creating that space to let Bob do his thing, because I think between them, those two players, there's a lot of aggression, and Execration is a team that loves to hunt for kills. They're not a passive farming team really at all.
Yeah, we can call them X-aggression, pretty much. You're not gonna even notice the difference. But yeah, the Tino, you did mention it. He played Visage in 4 out of last 4 games. So in terms of the hero pool, it's if it's not broken, don't fix it. I'm up for it. Like, we're winning, you know. You better ban it if you're playing against us, because you know that this Visage is probably coming.
Yep. We'll see if there's any shakeups. This is the time where you've got more data than ever, at least on Execration, because of how many games they played. One thing that kind of you have to point out as well is that players have only actually played 3 games so far this tournament, so a bit less data to kind of go on for them, but teams will get a chance to make those adjustments between games, talk to their coaches, talk to each other, and kind of figure out what they need to alter on game-to-game basis, as well as, you know, I think a pretty, you know, decent break to kind of reset between games as well. So I'm hoping we get 3 games here, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I'm always down for 3 games, the maximum number of games, whether it's a BO3, whether it's a BO5, and yeah,
or a BO1.
Or a BO1, games, yeah, absolutely. Instead of having that half a game, someone disconnects, the game ends, we want to have a full game, 30-minute game. And speaking of the Broodmother that I mentioned, so it's really no surprise that Execration decided to ban it out. Visage, the other hero that we mentioned, is still in the pool. It's not necessarily a first phase material, but it also could be for the Execration squad.
Straight into a Nyx Assassin pick. Talk about aggression. Well, here's a hero that really sets up a lot of it. Hero that can always just run around with that level 6 Vendetta, looking to set up kills, and just makes it.
Blocks a lot of these good picks. We mentioned the Ember Spirit as well. Leshrac, one of the heroes that is extremely popular lately, makes his game pretty difficult until Leshrac gets to a BKB timing. Like, even after the BKB, if Nyx Assassin manages to survive, easy, like one of the easiest stun setups in the game. They're still gonna go for it. I respect this.
Full confidence from Polaris. So that's say they go with the Clockwork. What you mentioned the things Nyx is good against. What's Nyx bad against? Like, what do you want to play?
Clockwork. Like, this is the hero, because I mentioned that he wants to be able to get the multiple carapaces off in a fight, and I don't think he's going to be able to. Against the Clockwork hook shot inside the cogs, you're most likely going to die. So this is going to be the target, one of the reasons why Clockwork was always popular against these heroes that don't have any kind of escape mechanism. Ancient Apparition, Shaker historically. And yeah, also speaking of Visage, here we go.
Yep. 5th game in a row now, is that?
Yes.
Who says 4 before, so now number 5. And I'm happy to see a Naga Siren ban. No Naga Siren in game 1. Let's hope it stays that way.
It's gonna come through. Well, I think, especially if it goes to game 3, these teams do forget. Like, you need to shake things up. Maybe we'll leave it in the pool. Maybe we want to get it, or we feel confident enough for this, like potentially a 3rd game, and then we have a certain counter. Lion, you know, get that easy goal. We saw it the other day, but not the most successful one.
A lot of focus on Bob's hero, player who loves to play these aggressive mid laners. Batrider, one of his signatures. Ember, you know, every mid laner plays it, but these are the heroes that he loves to play aggressive on and go for all that kind of kill tempo Dota plays.
Polaris Esports turn to ban.
Shadow Fiend ban, that's an interesting one. It's a good pairing with the Clockwork in the lane, pretty similar to, I would say, Sven's Shadow Fiend, where you have a hero that runs in, soaks up some damage, have a stun for raises. This Clockwork most likely going to be position 5. It could be position 4 as well, but I think you want to have this Clockwork against Nyx even in the lane. Because Nyx doesn't provide you with much, it's a stun. This is Nyx plus Visage. There is good synergy between these two heroes with the stun setup into Visage nuke, but Clockwork, I feel like he's tanky enough to survive that. So if you have Clockwork with something strong paired in the lane, we still don't know. I don't think they're gonna necessarily reveal their carrier right now because it's not needed, and still keeping things very flexible, because you can have Pango on the off lane, Lashrak on the off lane, most likely gonna be, they don't know. It's just a flex pick for now.
The Pango, yeah. Yeah, it does reveal a bit though, because likely Pango Lesh are going to be mid and off lane, I guess. Yes. Whereas often you'll see teams just pick up like a support there to be like, okay, we'll not reveal too much of what we're doing. But Polaris really want to get their hands on this Pango.
Speaking of strong lanes, Budge, Jakiro. This sounds like a deadly combination, especially if this is going to be Pango on the offlane. In the classic counter, you have a Lifestealer against the Pudge. And they have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so that's going to be one issue. I've seen so many times throughout the TI where Lifestealer gets the free game because there's nothing to stop him. He's not a... Well, never mind. My bad. There is Pudge. But still,
5 seconds
like he's going to be able to counter him. Like if you have... If you have Lashrak, and also one thing to notice is this is super popular during TI, combination of Lashrak plus a Lifestealer. Lashrak does get a Lifesteal off of his Bloodstone, and with the, let's call it a new build on a Lifestealer where you get the open wound, so you even like amplify that healing on top of that.
Yeah, got the Infest plays too to...
This is where Pudge Aghanim Scepter is gonna come in very handy, reducing that healing.
Yeah. See if they can get there. Support's being banned out by Execration. Polaris with last pick of the draft look to be picking up their 5 position here. That's kind of crazy to see. They were just so dead set on...
I don't think you want to play Lifestealer plus a Clockwork in the lane. You need a range position 5. So the lanes are going to be Clockwork plus Lashrak to put a bit more, I'd say, aggression, like put more pressure on this Pudge. Pango is a very weak off-lane hero in terms of laning, so Pango's going to be on a mid lane. He does scale much better, getting to his item timings. So they're looking for a 5. I wouldn't mind seeing something like they're going to see what Execration picks, but the hero I'm looking at is Disruptor. I wouldn't mind.
The same thing.
Same thing? Yeah. Okay, we're on the same page. So you're probably not going to be a Disruptor last pick.
That's like the idea of having, I mean, it's a hero that can catch Nyx and, you know, bring him back in, as well as another way to cancel this Dismember. Like you mentioned, the Dismember is a way to, like, address Lifestealer's Rage. Well, let's make sure you have ways to cancel it reliably. But we'll see where they end up. First, Execration are looking for their mid laner here, most likely. Unless they want to do the Pudge mid, they may try and have the, you know, theoretically you could try and follow the Pango with the Pudge.
The other option for Polaris, I see like maybe even Enchantress to be able to stabilize some of the lanes. A bit more difficult to heal. They have burst damage with Visage and Nyx, but if she survives the initial like soul assumption and the stun, she's not dying after.
Yeah. That could be one of these games, you know, the puppy enches where you just start becoming a core yourself. Tell Clockwork he's playing 5. Execration thinking things through about where they want to round out their draft. Anything that kind of stands out for you with a Pudge carrier there? Usually you often see these mids that scale a bit better. Do you think that needs to be the case here for Execration?
Could. Like, it's a Clockwork. If there was no Clockwork in this game, I would say Sniper on a mid lane, because you know the matchup. It's good against Bango and Leshrac. But yeah, a bit more old school counter. We don't see this hero as much. Got slightly nerfed, but against the Lifestealer, you do have like favorable matchup for him.
Does give them the option to maybe send the Pudge mid, Razor safe lane too, so they can kind of swap things up depending what they think is best. And do you like the Razor pick?
5 seconds.
Yeah, looks really good. I mean, they do have decent amount of tower damage. Visage is going to be picking up right back, amplifying that damage. You have Jakiro. Like Razor, if he steals damage, he's okay. They don't have like anything spectacular. Like this Jakiro, he's not going to max out Liquid Fire, stand in front. This is not a core Jakiro that just melts your towers. But yeah, compared to like Polaris, where you have Lifestealer that builds into Deso, Lashrac with the Edict, so it's much easier to take the towers on them. But once Execration groups up, it's a pretty strong lineup.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can get to that point. They probably don't necessarily want this game going too late, but...
Yeah, I think the... we mentioned Disruptor. I think Lich is also a very good option against the Visage, Razor's right clicks.
What's it going to be? We'll find out in just a second. It's
Choose your
a switch up. They're doing support Leshrac. All right, 5 o'clock support Lesh. They get the Force Mars. It's his hero. It's his bread and butter. This guy's played so much Mars over the last year. And that was always one of the offlaners that fared... Well, it's not going to be laning against the Razor, but it was often played into the Razor at least.
It was one of the offlaners that was like picked into Razor when Razor was like, well, it's a safe lane Razor. You need an offlaner that can potentially escape. So looking at the other 4 heroes, they didn't have anything to protect this Razor, to protect this Lifestealer with. And at least pre-BKB, they have a Spear or Arena that can break the link and allow Lifestealer to have a much better game, I would say.
But that BKB you mentioned will come online, and at that point...
That's the first item. That's pretty much the first item you're looking for on this mid-Razor, and... I kind of like what Execration got. A little more, because they did flex a lot. It's been a while since I saw position 5 Lashrac. We did see, what was it? Arc Warden position 4 in this tournament. And they did win a game with it, so anything can happen.
Okay. Well, a bit of a switch up here with the Leshrac, not going into the mid lane as we've typically seen, or the off lane. This is going to be the first time having a support Leshrac, at least for us, as we get ourselves into the first game of the Grand Finals, the Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, last day, first match. Let's get things underway.
Prepare for battle.
It is game on here. 0-0, you see at the top. Hoping for a full 3-game series. 2 teams who know each other very, very well. Long history of playing against each other in the region. Some ex-teammates, some friendly rivalries, and 2 teams battling.
As we've seen, you know, they are friends coming onto the stage, having a lot of fun. Placing down an Observer Ward already. Let's see if Shanks decides to maybe place a Sentry Ward, because they were faster. They were definitely faster this time around. I mean, they do have a horse. Leshrac was leading the charge.
That's how it works. Heroes with mounts just naturally got that mobility.
Is it like that?
Most are, right?
Yeah, it's like lore friendly. It's thinking of Enchantress, Luna. These are speedy heroes.
Yeah. Chen, not so much, but Chen's not bad. Average at least, right?
Yeah, he's not Crystal Maiden. He's somewhere in between.
Well, technically, Leshrac doesn't have a mount. He is the mount.
Yeah.
Oh, here you go. Battle over the runes as we'll get things underway here.
The
Palace
battle
maybe looking for a
begins.
hook. Can he land it? Shank's going to try to scare him off. Whoa! Pulls in the Leshrac actually off of the Impale. That's going to be some good damage. And with the Jakiro here, this could just be a
He's
first
dead.
blood.
They're gonna run him down, and it's also gonna be flesh heap for Budge.
Very
Palos.
nicely done. Palos even getting the last hit. It is just the support. You know, you see Leshrac dying, you think, oh, they killed a mid. It's not the mid Leshrac.
And the classic pause into settings, or my house is on fire. Yeah, trash talk. Here we go. It's like, agree.
Love to see. I feel like we're gonna get some good old chat this game. Oh. Here we go. Anything? What do you feel like was the idea behind switching things up with this last pick, Mars?
Razor. I think it's just Razor. Gives them a bit more team fight compared to like Leshrac with the arena. They have like decent amount of damage. They have another vehicle for Lifestealer because you have Mars with a Blink Dagger. Clockwork can also do the trick. And hopping on the bottom lane, this Jakiro gonna cause a lot of issues.
Yeah. One of those fives that feels like just really good to play in the laning stage. Like pretty much any support you just trade with so effectively. He's just found a courier. That's a nice little pickup for him. Taking away the salve from Natsumi. Not the biggest deal. He's full health, so it's fine. Bang dodges the stun again. Nicely played by him. Does have to be a little bit careful as he's getting poked away at. But more regen on the way out.
This bottom lane, I think it's going to be big issue for Polaris. Especially the way this started. Budge, as you said, got the first blood, extra gold. Budges, these days, you know, they are getting points in the flash heap, so all these things do tend to add up. And even without that, I would still favor their lane, because this Leshrac position 4 or 5, whatever he's playing right now in terms of the lanes, I don't think he brings much to the table.
Yeah, perhaps where I think the Mars pick was a little unclear to me because, you know, you're playing in the Pudge, you're not actually laning against the Razor. But see AU pulling creep waves. Where is he off to?
Efficiency. Going for the water rune and now dragging it back.
Yep.
Nothing of value was lost.
Thought he was going to take it to the mid lane or something, give the mids an extra wave.
I think their safe laner will be pretty pissed about it.
Yeah.
Oh, another missed stun.
Yep. The spear also not going to connect on the tree, and with the liquid fire, he's doing a lot of damage with this
I don't
trade.
think he's gonna win this trade.
Fairy Fire going to heal him up a little bit with one more right click. No, he's got the magic stick. He needs to dodge his stun, but there's the God's Rebuke. He may have won the 1v1, but Force came in to turn the tides.
He also did have stick charges, but also giving some free CS to Palos. Palos right now sitting at the 12 and also getting some solo XP.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it was the worst death, considering how much damage he dished out and how much regen they're going through. Bit of a fight up top, trying to stop some of those pulls, perhaps, although the small camp does end up spawning there.
Deep Observer Ward placed near the outpost. That's gonna scout things out when Lifestealer is gonna be jungling. Even Pango, they don't have the best heroes to rotate. They need 6 on Visage. Nyx Assassin also needs level 6. Razor is okay-ish, but not sure if he wants to just go that deeply into enemy territory.
Speaking of that Razor, it's been an okay laning stage, but Pango, similar to the Mars, does just fine. You've always got that swashbuckle to get away, and Bob is incredibly low here, but Lelouch, low in mana, doesn't have that kill threat here. Bob seems to know it. No rotations to worry about. He's just getting a bit greedy here. Wants that bottle refilled. We'll see if, similar to last time, Polaris brings supports to deny Bob any access to a rune. That would be so big of them. Jakiro is making a move over here to try and help Bob out. Yep. But so's Xavius.
These stuns, they're not connecting.
Yeah. Nice plasma field, getting that range creep. We'll lose out on some of these other last hits here. Not been the easiest mid lane for this Razor.
Pango hero, as you mentioned, is able to break the link with the swashbuckle, and also one of the heroes that can blow hero up immediately, especially with the build that he's going for. He wants to get that immediate Orb of Corrosion, and pretty standard stuff from Pango. Corrosion into the Fusel Blade, into Mana Boots, and then looking for a bigger item.
Around the trees, the Clockwork has done a decent job of limiting what this Nyx assassin can do in this lane. Just level 2 and Visage not having the easiest time getting those last hits. Not something you're maybe too concerned about. If anything, you're happy to see Visage get solo XP. Back at bottom, Force getting low here. They're going to land the splitter onto the Jakiro, and with the spear, the damage should be there. They need 1 or 2 more right clicks with the stick charges. Arbang, he survives through it all. It's Palos, in fact, getting low, but with the meat hook, he gets the kill. Another flesh heap.
They already used their stuns. Palos knows that he can lock onto a target with the rod, get on top of it, and land an easier hook.
Here. Some work up top, but may have been enough more than he can do here. Impale going to get him low. The damage isn't going to be there from Shanks, as Lifestealer had other ideas, and bottom lane, Force actually ends up going down. Not sure what happened there.
Because I see a hook, but
must have died to the hook because he was far away from Pudge.
Oh my god, Pudge is going to be level 6, 6 minutes into the game. This is going to be massive.
This bottom lane just feels over at this point, not to mention the 3 flesh heap stacks.
As we expected, he does have another point available. For now, just saving it, whether he needs another point in a flesh heap or if he needs more damage. This time around, stun from Lashrak is going to connect.
They got the damage for this one.
And he gets a point in a flesh heap.
Middle tower is under attack.
To make sure he can survive his way through it, and he's got Dismember now. And it's hit level 6, so you're going to be careful not to get too close here. Palos gets hit by another stun. Is there a follow-up spear? Force is looking for it. The chase is on. He dodges the spear. Godric not going to finish him off in the trees. He's trying to just run away. The tree block coming in. The split earth off the mark though. Now the meat hook into Dismember. Palos has them under the tower, but not quite close enough, so he won't bring down Force. If he got him in the tower, that may have been a kill, but they may get a kill nonetheless with Arbang showing up. Force in some trouble. One more right click. Palos
is juking it.
Yeah, he's juking his heart out here. With the Impale, he's got another 4 flesh heap stacks. Unfortunately, he didn't get the stack on Force, but it's a double kill for Jakiro.
Brilliant play there from Palos, saving a point and then getting a point in flesh heap, dodging a spear, dodging a stun, and yeah, with the phase boots, if he has a different item, if it's not a phase boots, he's not going to be able to run away from them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So well played, and Nyx making the full rotation. I guess he was around securing runes, and then he just shows up bottom to help secure some of those kills. Feels like they're doing all of this while, you know, Visage isn't CSing that well up top, but is getting something out of the lane, and now they actually get a kill on the Clockwork up top, so this laning stage going amazing for Execration.
Heavily focusing, being able to have strong lanes. We were worried when we saw the draft about the bottom lane from Polaris, and things are not going well. Mars right now sitting at 22 CS compared to Pudge's 42 and also 9 denies. The good thing going for them is that Pango is having a good time, and so is Lifestealer. And
22 denies on Lifestealer, by the way.
Kind of different. Lifestealer is just a mean hero right now.
Visage not the best laner pre-level 6. It can be hard to get those last hits.
He got a decent timing on his level 6. 8 minutes into the game, now the farming starts. Did struggle a little bit. One of the heroes that doesn't have that much damage in terms of last hits, but yeah, things get much easier as time progresses.
Nice little stacks up here too. Bob swooping on in to try and contest them, but won't be successful. That's Pangolier, top of the CS charts, 57 and 6 after getting those stacks. So yeah, you kind of said it. These kills have all been going Execration's way, but it's under 1k gold difference between the two teams because of how well both mid and top lane have gone to the side of Polaris.
Pango's massive. Speaking of the items, I did mention Corrosion the Fuse Blade, which is pretty standard for Pango, then into Mana Boots. It's a god tier Lotus Orb game. Against Pudge, against Razor, you throw that onto Lifestealer and they cannot touch him. He's not afraid of anything.
Gotta imagine.
That's his second item on Pango, most definitely. If it's something else, I'm gonna flame it.
Oh, for his sake. Let's hope it is. Comes items down bottom Force, just with the Falcon Blade phase boots queued up. Gotta imagine he's gonna be going straight into that Blink Dagger. It's kind of his job, and generally how he plays this Mars is just going for that
Usually we do see a bracer, maybe even a 2 bracers before the Falcon Blade, because Falcon Blade is substitution to Soul Ring, which did get heavily nerfed. The cost is insane at the moment. One of the reasons also why he did die twice. If he had that extra bracer, maybe he would have survived once. Then you get to the second bracer because you didn't die. You got the gold instead of losing it. All these, one of the reasons why all these small items are purchased in the laning stage.
10-minute rune coming up, and it goes Bob's way. It's an arcane rune.
Xavius likes to be here. Scouting runes, potentially using a stun, and also stacking.
Yeah, they have a ward there, you know? let the ward do the scouting, but maybe he's thinking he can hit a stun. I don't think he can attack the rune from there. Oh, juicy double neutral item. Lush getting another stack. Every time I look, it feels like he's farming stacks. He's not the one getting the most farm, though. That still remains the 2 carries, Pudge and Lifestealer. So he has caught up with the Razor now.
That camp is blocked now. It does have a sentry, so they're not going to be able to get more extra gold done from it. Let's see if Pudge decides to use. He gets something good. It's going to be Mango. Usually it's Kobold.
The one use, the greedy use. He's like, all right, this is mine, and now it's someone's going to have it on cooldown. 4 supports.
It's good to use it that way. It's greedy, but until the courier, maybe your courier's flying back from a mission, then he needs to pick it up, go in again, and it's going to be ready.
Yeah, it's bounty rune,
It's
you're getting it
efficient.
sooner. Yeah, and you're the carry. You want that salve or mango. You know, you can do a lot with it. They come into the enemy jungle. Hookshot going to find the Visage. They've got the roll if they need it. The Cog's coming out. The Impale going to cancel with the hook there too. He gets disrupted. He can't get off the Rolling Thunder. He's going to go down, and they may have killed off the Visage, but it comes at a heavy price, and the Ice Cloud's going to cancel the Leshrac TP. Execration show up with numbers and punish.
They brought all heroes. They also have these 2 birds that are able to use a stun, and as you said, the Spangolier getting inside of it, Visage resummoned the bird just to be able to get the stun off on Pangolier without getting the Rolling Thunder off. These stacks are adding up, gods. 6 Flesh Heap, 12 minutes into the game. I don't think you can ask for a better start. He's been involved in 7 out of 8 kills on Pudge. So did miss one Flesh Heap is not there.
This time, Valera's get a kill on Shanks. I think that was mid lane. I mean, Nick's running into a sentry. But now the tower pressure's coming out. This is where, you know, a Visage Pudge draft is not looking to necessarily go late game. Given how strong of a start Pudge has had, they are ready for almost any fight at this point, it feels like.
Once Bob gets his BKB, and that's his first item, you know, small items again. He's 6 slotted, 7, 8 slotted, if you look at it, but he wants that BKB as a first item to get out of the arena. They do have Clockwork Hookshot, but it's a Clockwork that is severely underfarmed. He's gonna need to rely on his like Hookshot, but that's it, no items whatsoever. So they get a pick off into another smoke. Shanks does not have ulti this time.
They may have seen the smoke. It doesn't look like it though with the Leshrac position. At least Jakiro got smoked and then started hitting creeps. His job being to sit in that bottom lane.
You would assume that it's Razor's job to hit those creeps.
Yes. They want to fight with Bob given how strong of a start he's had, and Shanks going to venture towards that top lane. So it looks like the plan is still to kind of split up and farm for now. Like you kind of mentioned that they're just waiting for the BKB, it feels like.
They could threaten a kill on top on a Lifestealer, but they do need Vendetta. They need this surprise effect.
Probably not quite enough damage just with these 2 heroes. But I'll keep poking at this tower, and Nyx just being up here means the Visage is protected from potential ganks.
Dire's top tower is under
You can see
attack.
Tino only sending his birds
Dire's
forward,
structures are fortified.
unclear where some of these Dire heroes are on the map, and he wants to play things safe. Now it's Valera's playing more around this mid lane. Now bringing Pengu and Clockwork top. Tino maybe overstaying his welcome. We'll see if there's going to be a response here, because this is a pretty big gank coming their way.
They know it's coming.
Yep, they've caught the Nyx Assassin Visage. Looks like may just leave him to die. They're going to commit the Rolling Thunder and everything. That's just a support. I don't think you want to dive this one. You do. Heroes like Pudge and Razor can easily follow up. It wasn't Arcane Rune. which is why he didn't mind going for that Rolling Thunder though. So that's going to be back up fairly soon.
Now having a Diffusal Blade on Pango, things are going to be much easier, and you're so annoying with it, especially with the heroes who don't have that big of a mana pool, like Pudge, Nyx Assassin. You get hit by Swashbuckle once or twice, you lose 320 mana, so that's quite kind of a bummer for you.
Talked a lot about what Execration have going for them. You mentioned now the Diffusal Light pickup, and they're also bringing the Lifesteal into the fray. It does feel like Polaris have some abilities to make some moves themselves, particularly with this Pangolier and Lifestealer Armlet. It's just Jakiro down bottom, so not really the ideal target to kill, but if they can get a tower out of this, it makes it well worth it. Looks like they're on a ward though, so this has been scattered out, and at this point if you're Abeng, you're calling in the cavalry to try and punish, or you're just...
And they're coming. Yep. I see Pudge and Nyx Assassin on a minimap. Rocket starting to bang out.
No, they're a bit too far away. Abeng just going to drop the spells, try and kill up some creeps on his way out. Here comes the Pudge. They've got a Vendetta. The meat hook to lead things off here. Gets the Carapace as well, but that nice spear going to disrupt things, but it doesn't get the Rolling Thunder up. And Natsumi now dismembered up. That's 2 cores down. The carry and the mid. What
beautiful play from Shanks, using Carapace mid Swashbuckle, stopping Pango from finishing it, and then landing a 2-man Impale. Just beautiful.
Yeah. Like, maybe Pango was going to have some room to get his ultimate up there, but the Nyx did his job perfectly, and they get those kills bottom, and then they're instantly back to farming, going for another smoke move. They're headed top. They see this Mars, who's still trying to farm a Blink Dagger, I imagine. If they can kill him before he gets it, that would be huge. Completely undetected.
Aghanim Scepter down on Pudge, sitting on 1,200 gold on top. He's getting out of control. The most farm hero in the game. Let's see if he can land another one.
Yep. He's not got the most step. He gets scattered up by a rocket flare, so the gig is up perhaps. Really go looking for any more here. Does he want to fish? Doesn't look like it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Feels like things aren't looking good for Polaris, but then you look at the gold, it's still pretty even, Lacoste. Hold that thought as the Lelouch rolling forward, wants to start off the fight on good terms here. Finds the Nyx Assassin, who does get a chance to get the Vendetta off and gets the Carapace onto the Pango right before dying. That may be enough to punish this Pangolier, who hasn't got Rolling Thunder anymore. Shield Crash not going to be enough to keep him alive as Bob charging in as a double damage and will eat them alive underneath the tower. Still has a BKB if needed, doesn't get it off though. Force just blows him up. A bit of a Bob classic there, diving in a bit too deep, but they're winning the fight nonetheless as Talos shoes up, forced to finish off a 4-for-2 trade.
These trades for Polaris are not paying off. Every single time they get a kill, it's mostly on a position 5 or a position 4, and they're losing a core. This time around, like 2 times in a row, they lost both cores. Lifestealer was not in this fight. They definitely need the damage, like they need... he was farming his Desolator. Right? He still wants to be able to have that before the next fight, less than 100 gold away from it. So maybe, like even without Deso, he would still be able to be annoying in the front line. Maybe they would have gotten another kill, but we'll see if they smoke up, because Arena was not used and they still have it. The lanes are in a decent spot, so I assume that they are gonna smoke and try to make something happen, and here they come.
Still, they're trying to fight and smoke around a lot there with their Pango. It feels like we just haven't seen this Mars be that team-fighting playmaker that we're used to seeing the hero be. Visage seems well aware of this. Rolling on in, Visage in the trees. Will Lelouch find him? Doesn't seem that's the case. He'll eat up the birds, but I imagine Tino is A-okay with that one as long as he gets away with his own life.
Invisibility.
Right back to down in Visage. That's going to reduce their damage by quite a lot. Polaris doesn't have right back buyer. Mars doesn't want to buy item, but I saw what Leshrac has in his quick buy. He's going to try to go for it.
Okay.
It's a bit of a stretch, because there's also a shard queued up plus Ether Lens. So we're not going to expect this item to come online for another 10 minutes at least.
Something it feels like they're going to need pretty soon for some of these team fights, and with Rolling Thunder on cooldown, This is just pokes his head out of the trees and he's ready to push this top tower. Shanks is hunting, trying to get vision of any heroes they can go for kills on, and seems like Polaris know they've got to get the hell out of this top lane. Shrek just eating up some trees to get out and away from this top tier 1 tower.
Shanks also holding on to Philosopher's Stone. You like whenever you play Nyx Assassin, if this item drops, you say thank you, Gaben.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Yep. Well, Lelouch, they need to dodge a hook here. Alice tried to guess where he was moving, but
Clockwork would sacrifice his life.
Radiant's
Even if
bottom
Pudge
tower is under attack.
got the hook off and save his Pangolier. Mango going for a Blink Dagger, okay.
Path up top looking for Xavius, but said they may just start pressuring this top tier 2 tower. Looks like Execration may be able to consider Roshan. Hookshot it looks like around the mid lane. I saw Clockwork go flying across the minimap. There's where the fight's breaking out here. Razor, does he have a BKB to get away from this? When he does, it's going to be just to kill the Clockwork and also keep himself alive. Support for support so far. That was a fight Polaris started, and we'll see who ends it. Right now, both teams posturing, thinking about re-engaging here. Masters not have Arena.
There is Arcane Rune on bottom. Bob will pick it up, but already used his BKB. He was afraid of Mars blinking on top of him, maybe spearing him. And speaking of Philosopher's Stone, Polaris also finds one. That's going to help out Leshrac against his items.
That's a happy camper for the support on the Polaris side with that find, but we'll see where these next fights break out. Do you think, you know, given it's only a 2k gold lead, do you think things are going okay for Polaris, or do they need to be doing more to kind of turn this game around?
I've seen so many games where Lifestealer pops off, especially against carry Pudge. Hookshot.
Off of the Carapace setup, but the hook shot from the Clockwork is also there to break things up, and Palace with a BKB trying to eat up AU, but he gets bailed out by the Infest save, and now with his BKB wearing off, they want to chase down this Pudge, and you talk about the Lifestealer popping off, that's exactly what he's going to try to do to this Pudge, and with the hook, the spear, into the tower, the Ice Path needs to bail him out, but Palos has too much damage for the poor Pudge. They are burning though, with Bob showing up, he gets disarmed, but they've killed off 2 with the help of the Razor showing up. Force just allowing an Arena to help his team escape.
The shard from Leshrac keeping him in space. Pudge needed a little bit more help there to be able to get the ulti off. I want to see some Force Staffs. This is how you counter a lineup from Polaris against Clockwork, against this Leshrac stun, and of course the Lifestealer. I saw Nyx Assassin going for a Blink Dagger. I think in this situation you get a lot more value from a Force Staff, but Pudge not able to get anything off. We can see how tanky he is, especially when the Braid Pack drops and he gets his Flesh Heap in the middle of a fight. Everyone was focusing him down, still managing to kill a Lifestealer, but as we've seen in the fight, Lifestealer just munches through Pudge tankiness.
Oh, forced the BKB again. They get Carapace the spear. So they may be able to turn this one around and kill a Force here. Bob's BKB is not going to last all that long though, so he's forced to back off. And Shanks looking like he's not going to be so lucky. Rolled down.
Good driving skills there.
Lelouch not done. He's looking to chase down another, and perhaps he's set up enough to bring down Arbang, who does have a Force Staff. You mentioned how important these items are. Ice Path into the meat hook, and AU
That was max
trouble here, but
distance.
the Leshrac, the shard keeps the Pudge at bay, so I think he prevented another Flesh Heap being picked up.
They could have tried to go for Roche on Execration side because they knew that there's no Pango roll. A bit slow. Yeah, it took them a while. Like, you do have sustain from Visage and enough damage. Someone needs to pop the Lincolns so Pudge can use Dismember.
Use it without the disable regardless. And Roshan, here they come, Polaris. They know this is going on. Pudge is getting low. He's getting bashed in the pit too. The spear going to catch the Nyx, and this Nyx is just going to melt to the Lifestealer. The 2 heroes stun onto the Dire side, onto the Lelouch, forces Mars. Mars burning down the hill.
Big one!
From downtown! Palos, he was killing one while meat hooking another. AU's Clockwork going to bail out Xavius, but the damage has been done. Palos is eating them up, and the Lifestealer getting chain stun too. Oh boy! This Pudge and Bob's Razor just getting out of control.
Oh, for a moment it looked good for Polaris. Arena connects, but again, And Nyx Assassin, he's so quick with those carapaces every single time. Whether he's hit by like mid-spear or a swashbuckle, he gets the job done. And some really nice hooks from Palos. Like inside the circle, inside the arena, Leshrac lands a stun with the shard. The stun keeps going on, and still big W for Execration in this one. Now 6k gold lead for them. When Lifestealer's isolated, or if he's forced to get away from Pudge, and you have one of the better heroes to actually do it. You do have Razor that is a counter to Lifestealer.
Well, like, I mean, they kind of initiate on Nyx, who getting up that Carapace, man, even though he died, his job was done. He got a 2-hero stun up on the Mars as well as the Pengo. So things went very south for them from there. Now Execration get a play around an Aegis. What do you feel like they're looking to get done while they've got an Aegis in hand?
They want to have this tier 2 tower on a top lane, control the outpost for the next Roche potentially. I know Roche just died, but there's no way Polaris defends this tower on the top lane. So there's going to be some XP taken away from them. Bob, BKB, almost a full refresher, so having 2 BKBs, 2 links, fights for Polaris gonna get more difficult.
Yeah, and even damage output's being mitigated here. Pipe and Wraith Pact with the drums on Visage and an AC queued up, getting all of the Team Aura items, buffing up his team's damage while negating Polaris' damage output. I was thinking he might have a pick off down bottom, is waiting for somebody to poke their heads out. There's the Nyx who can...
He's thinking about it.
Oh, he got the Carapace from at the very edge of it. The tip catches him. I think he has the... There's a swashbuckle talent, right? The extra range. It looks like that actually got him killed there.
You need to have that talent. It's so good. But this time around, it killed him. Shanks, man, he's one of the better Nyx. I think we saw Australian teams, we saw Bonzo getting that almost perfect game from Nyx Assassin, but Shanks, I think this is the best Nyx performance we had so far in this tournament.
Another +1, another Flesh Heap, and elsewhere, Bob is chasing down Natsumi's Lifestealer. He needs an Infest target. He's not going to get one, though, it looks like.
Bob is going to town.
Yep.
They might even catch Force with birds.
Gets the Grave Chill just in the creep wave here. Couldn't quite catch up to him, but 3 kills unanswered. No fight in sight for the Polaris Esports side, and they're just losing tower after tower. Pudge playing behind towers in the bottom lane, and things starting to look really bad for Polaris here in game number 1.
Polaris gonna lose all their tier 2 towers. Pudge deep in top, so he's looking for another kill on Leshrac. This might be his, yeah, he's got it. This is gonna be a solo. This is like easy 500 gold.
It's too easy. He's just reading Polaris movements around the map. Getting the Pengo down bottom, getting the Leshrac up top. And his team, they don't really need him. When a hero or 2 is dead, they're able to poke at the high ground with just, you know, Visage birds, and this tankiness of Visage means they can't really go in if you're Polaris. You're down a hero and 1's top, so you only really have 3 heroes there to take a 3v4 fight.
Fights are very difficult for Polaris right now. They still have a couple of minutes left on that Aegis. Infested Mars, let's see what they can do. They want this Nyx. I know they want to kill this Nyx before he gets anything off.
Forget absolutely everybody in the arena. They spear the Visage, but that's a Visage that's way too damn tanky. The Lifestealer, chain stunned up. He couldn't get a spell off.
That was a bit too ambitious, I would say, going for this type of a play. Maybe they thought Pudge just showed top. He's not going to be able to come to the fight. He's the Aegis carrier. If we get a surprise jump, we might get something good out of this, but not really. Nyx Assassin did manage to blink out, and this is going to be another kill, another Flash Heap. 17 already.
Pelos is having some fun. He's just ignoring his team. Meanwhile, his team, like, I mean, they smoked because Pudge wasn't there, but it was still a 2 versus 4. These 4 heroes don't seem to need the Pudges. We're going to see Bob charging in on Xavier. They want this pesky Nyx. They'll get Shanks, but at what cost?
At what cost, Lacoste? Indeed. I can't believe that they fell for it one more time.
Yep.
Like, he's getting carapace every single time in a fight, and now Mars, he didn't have a BKB. He popped it at the bottom.
Well, I'll keep them out of the high ground for now. Pudge is finally showing up. His team reminding him, hey, by the way, Pudge, you've got the Aegis. You want to, come do something? But Aegis expiring, and Palace looking for a meat hook, perhaps. He smells.
Kaya, Sanj, and Pudge amplifying region, amplifying damage, having this cloak as well from neutral items. They're gonna take this barracks. Mars dead for 30 seconds.
Too much sustain, too much tankiness. Nyx is respawned. He's keeping into the outpost, so gotta worry about him once more as well with those carapaces. Got the ice pads on Tango. The follow-up is there from Shanks with a blink impale. Clockwork cannot save the day. In fact, he'll just add a +1 to the feed list and meat hook onto the lash. It's only Natsumi with a BKB, but who can he even kill? Shanks goes invis, and once his BKB wears off...
is down.
Yep. Natsumi trying to chase down Shanks. He'll get him with the rage. The hook coming a little bit too late. They may get more. The Visage speared into the base here. Tino getting pretty low. As the birds to try and help bail him out here. Lifestealer with all that magic immunity. BKB and double rage. Lelouch.
We'll hook him out.
Oh, gets the TP out. I thought the roll might clip him, but it's going to be Bob with the BKB. Now they turn and fight. Palos is there. In with the Dismember. Gets Lifestealer. And Force. He just came back
And
in the fight.
another one.
Oh, it's too good.
I don't think they're gonna call it execrate. They are. Okay, I thought they have like one more fight. Like Mars did manage to land this amazing combo where you spear and then use arena, but way too much damage. These hooks from Pudge on point. Absolutely amazing.
I know you're a Pudge player.
I am.
How do you rate this performance?
10 out of 10. I don't think you can ask for anything better. The way it started, first blood for him. Dominated the laning stage, some good trades. You did have Jakiro coming in, soaking up some damage, trading the kills. Pudge hitting level 6 minutes into the game. I don't think he missed any of the hooks when it mattered.
Fantastic stuff. Hilarious, they've got a problem, a Pudge problem specifically in this game one. We'll see how they look to bounce back. As far as where things went with the draft, the play, where do you feel like things need to be reworked when it comes to Polaris for game number 2?
A bit of a weaker laning stage, I would say, and also the way they chose to take fights where Lifestealer, like that fight was where everything went pretty bad for them. They didn't have Lifestealer. He was 200, 300 gold away from Adesso. They took the fight 4 versus 5, got pretty much dismantled. All 4 members of the team lost their lives, and yeah, just very, very difficult after that.
Well, there's your winners, Team Execration. It is just game 1. We've had best of 1s up until now, Lacoste, but the first best of 3. So this is where teams actually get that chance to make those adjustments, come up with kind of solutions to the problems they saw. You touched upon a bit of them. And I mean, for Execration, nothing needs to change, it feels like.
Definitely not. We did favor their match with their lineup when we saw them pick it, strong lanes as expected, and yeah, just overall good game sense. I think for me, this Nyx assassin, he was the one, Shanks, that carried the game. Like so many times they try to kill him, but didn't manage to do it before he gets the carapace off.
Especially when they're picking heroes like Leshrac and Pengu into him. These are heroes that are like, Nyx is like, sweet, this is great. Well, that's just game 1. We've got a best of 3, so Polaris, they're not done yet. They came in as favorites, but their back is now against the wall. We've got our next match coming up in about 30 minutes time. So be sure to stay tuned as this best of 3 grand finals, it's not over yet. We'll see you for game 2. Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, last day, first match. Let's get things underway. Trying to just run away. The tree block coming in. The split earth off the mark though. Now the meat hook into dismember. Palos has them under the tower, but not quite close enough, so he won't bring down Force. He got him in the tower. Kill nonetheless with Arbang showing up. Force in some trouble. One more right click. Palos is juking it. Yeah, he's juking his heart out here with the Impale. He's got another. 4 Flesh Heap stacks. Unfortunately, he didn't get the stack on Force, but
Rocket starting to bang out.
they're a bit too far away. Arbang just going to drop the spells. Try and kill up some creeps on his way out. Here comes the Pudge. They've got a Vendetta. The meat hook to lead things off here. Gets the Carapace as well, but that nice spear going to disrupt things, but it doesn't get the Rolling Thunder up. And Natsumi now dismembered up. That's 2 cores down. If you look at the golden, still pretty even, Lacoste. Hold that thought as the loot rolling forward, wants to start off the fight on good terms here. Finds the next assassin who does get a chance to get the Vendetta off and gets the Carapace onto the Penguin right before dying. That may be enough to punish this Penguin who hasn't got Rolling Thunder anymore. Shield Crash not going to be enough to keep him alive. Predator League Grand Finals continues here live from Japan as we get ourselves ready for game number 2 after a bit of a break. Execration dominating their way through game number 1, and Polaris Lacoste had a bit of a chance to maybe reset, think things through.
More than enough. 30 minutes between the games. It's a lot of time for you to prep for the next game. Like, it also kind of kills the momentum a little bit for the winning team, so definitely, I mean, it's a BO3, you know, you have one game advantage on the enemy team, but plenty of time for them to figure out what went wrong. And some of the things that did go wrong is this bottom lane, like the off lane, Leshrac, they try to flex it. They also picked it into Nyx Assassin. They try to like show that it's a core. In the end, it didn't really work. And looking at some of these bans that did happen in the previous game, especially the first phase, they did ban Mirana. I know Mirana in Southeast Asia, it's a super popular hero. It was popular during TI as well, ran as a position 5 most of the time. They do run it as position 4 here. I think they need to adjust it because 5 out of 5 games, Tino did play Visage, and that means that he won last 5 out of 5 games. You want to get him out of his comfort zone.
Yep, well, the players are now preparing. You can see them there on your screens. High spirits for Execration, as you'd expect when it comes to such a dominating game 1. Not to mention a fun game 1. We had some Pudge action. We had Bob popping off on his Razor. It was just a fun, aggressive game. That's where Execration, I feel like, are in their element. They want to have these games that are high octane, run at the enemy, chase them down, and go for these kills. They don't want passive games.
Absolutely. They also want to set things up for the laning stage to be able to dominate the laning stage and then transition that into mid-game, close it out. This is a game where they close the game with the first Roshan. Usually they wait until the second Roshan. Like, this is pretty standard in Dota. First one is to get you even more advantage, and then you get the shard, get another Aegis, and close out the game, build the advantage. But this time around, they felt so confident. They were completely controlling the game, all 3 lanes. Whoever shows up, like we saw Palos moving around the map, getting the solo kills on his Pudge, one of the better Pudge performances I've seen in quite some time.
See the various warm-up techniques from both the 2 teams. As all players have joined the lobby and just will be moments away from a Game 2 draft, which you're putting a lot of emphasis on, mentioning some of maybe the switch-ups that need to happen. Do you feel like Polaris, you know, how much pressure do you feel like is on them right now? Like, do they have it in them to bounce back, Lacoste?
I think they do. They are an experienced team. As I said before the game started, they did play in the LCQ. They beat some of the big names like during the DPC as well. Just a overall very good team. Like, someone has to lose, no doubt about it. That we can't have 2 winners at the end of the day. And looking at how they approach this one, they banned Nyx Assassin. Shanks did cause a lot of issues. Like, Palos was the star because he's playing Pudge, but Nyx Assassin, you know, he was so fast on clicking that carapace multiple times.
Especially with the heroes they showed they want to pick, but Execration, they've got a formula, they're going to stick with it. They may not get the Nyx, but they've got a substitute in the Marcy, and it's paired with a Visage, so
it's another good combo where you have sidekick on the birds, you do have a stun in the lane. Marcy, the most popular hero during TI for a reason, having a AoE stun, having a save with the speed, having a lifesteal, pretty much a free satanic for your carry. And yeah, looking at the Polaris opener, Lich plus Leshrac, they did ban out Nyx Assassin. This time around, I don't think they're gonna flex it.
Yeah. Does feel like we're running through a very similar draft, even with some switch-ups. But here's a switch-up. Pudge is picked, but for the other team. Polaris snag it for themselves.
Okay, I like that. They have, you have a magic physical damage reduction from Lich, and then you have damage reduction from Pudge. Like this, it's all about stacking. And imagine if you get another offlaner that builds into Wraith back, potentially by...
That's a lot of math. I don't think I'm up for that.
This is... I'm gonna throw a number out there. This is like 75–80% damage reduction.
All right, that's a lot. You're gonna be getting tickled if you're a Pudge, especially by like low damage stuff like Visage and his birds.
You need some like scaling damage in terms of overtime. Like Ursa, Lifestealer is banned out. I wouldn't mind seeing Ursa, this Razor.
Razor's kind of that, right? You build up your damage with static link, the minus armor from your ultimate, the Eye of the Storm.
He is. There's a minus armor. You have Visage, Marcy, then you, sorry, Visage plus Razor, and you also have physical damage coming out from Marcy, so that can work. They do also have tower damage with Jakiro, with Visage, but I like Execration. Still picking the same heroes. This is gonna be 6th game for Tino on Visage. Don't fix it if it's not broken.
Do you think they should have banned it, or it's just like you only have 2 bans, so they can't ban everything?
I talked about Mirana. I don't think it's that big of a deal compared to what Visage brings to the table.
Well, they're gonna dare face it once more. Perhaps knowing that Pudge would be left in the pool and feeling like Pudge is a good answer for the Visage. Does have a lot of strengths against the hero. Well, that damage block from the Flesh Shape does make Visage's life pretty hard.
Team back.
They go into a Spirit Breaker, very disruptive and kind of fight-eager hero. Like we've seen
no
Execration.
cooldown.
Yeah, they want to keep fighting and running at you. Spirit Breaker may be a good option to punish that.
Also BKB piercing ability against Razor, because right now they had nothing. This Razor gets a first item BKB, goes onto a target, most likely gonna be Lesh. Like even Pudge, depends how the fight pans out, but Spirit Breaker does give you this a bit more control. So now you have Pudge with the Dismember, you also have Spirit Breaker with the ulti. Most of the time he's gonna be like sacrificial. He's gonna be in the middle of a fight, using that ulti to stop Razor from connecting onto a target.
One concern I have when I look at player draft though is it doesn't seem to scale that well. Like carry-wise, like Pudge, Leshrac, especially if it's a Lesh mid, I do feel like they maybe lack some of that late game potential.
Polaris
maybe late game. I think mid game, but having overwhelming blinks, upgrades, can get the Aghanim Scepter, eat it. Dota these days, I don't think you necessarily need to have like Agi carry hero to be able to carry the game for you, because Leshrac with the 6 items, same goes for Pudge, it's just very difficult to deal with. But looking at what they could, they're looking for an offlaner.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think they want to flex Leshrac this time around.
I mean, the offlane Lesh is a bit less bizarre than the support, the 4 position, but yeah.
Even though we saw great performance from mid one.
That's right, yeah.
Hex, what, 16 minutes if I remember correctly?
I think so. One of the faster or fastest hexes you would have ever seen. But yeah, I mean, there's not really any reason not to send Lesh mid against the Razor. I guess the one thing is, you know, Razor is that flex here. It could swing to the safe lane, but
they could run this Pudge. Okay, it's a safe lane Pudge, looking at this Ursa ban that we did mention. So something from the off lane.
First they'll get to see what Execration pick up, so they'll get to know what the carry is. That's, I guess, what makes saving their offlaner for last pretty good here is, you know, you're picking your offlane early, you don't know your matchup. Now you get a chance to see that matchup.
One flex that Polaris can do is pick Morphling. It's a god tier Morphling game against all of these heroes.
Oh, wow.
Razor, Visage, like it's all physical damage. You do have ability to turn into Razor. There is some flexibility with Pudge, Leshrac. You can play Pudge mid, Leshrac on the offlane. Like you can even run Pudge on the offlane, but most likely not gonna be it. But it's something that's still available for them after they see the last pick. Yep. Well, that's the damage over time, like the stacking damage we did mention with Ursa, and now Slark comes in. This is Slark into Leshrac. Have that in mind. It's not...
and Pudge rot. Like,
it's a bit difficult. Yeah, a bit of a difficult Slark game, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned they need some damage for these long fights, and Slark loves a long drawn-out fight, but he's going to be able to survive through it all and build up those stacks, which, you know, you look at all the AoE damage, it could be pretty tough for him. And he may be in for a tough lane, depending on what Polaris pick here. Got the Spirit Breaker, looking for a +1. Some of those annoying ranged heroes have all been banned out, or at least Enigma and Viper have been banned out. See if Polaris have any other thoughts about what may cause Slack some problems here. Definitely, if you consider the flex potential of Pudge and Leshrac and start looking at carries or mids here, there's a lot of things that could cause Slack some problems.
If we're looking at the offlaners, I wouldn't mind seeing Dawnbreaker, Spirit Breaker. It's two breakers, but maybe they can break the Slark together. Something that, if we're talking about melee heroes that can be paired up with Spirit Breaker, something that can fight, but then again you're playing two strength heroes into Slark, which is kind of meh.
Maybe that's where you go back to something like the Morphling idea, or getting a carry or a mid. You know, the old school counters like the Bloodseeker against the Slack. See what they have in mind here as time is a-ticking, and Polaris have got that last pick, a must-win game for them. They are down a game in this best-of-3 grand finals, and it's do or die time. Liking already some of the changes they've done to their draft, and also the bans affecting Execration's draft, but they've got to round things out here.
You may now select your heroes.
It's a beefy boy, 1, 2, 3 on side of Polaris.
Primal Beast with the Spirit Breaker.
It's also one of the heroes that can deal damage to Slark during his ulti with Pudge, with Leshrac. I don't think this is like, even though there are 3 strength heroes against Slark with damage mitigation in the mid game from Lich, from Pudge, Execration is all about physical damage. They don't have magical, like nothing's really magical other than Visage, Nuke, and Jakiro. These heroes do die, especially Jakiro early on. I like this time what Polaris got.
All right, well, that's a good sign perhaps of things to come. They've got to execute now, getting this game. Back-to-back Pudge games, Lacoste. We're just being treated here by these players.
Thank you so much, teams. They came here to play. They came here to entertain.
Don't worry, they're saving the Naga Siren for Game 3 with
I told you, if it goes to Game 3, it's going to be
Yeah.
Naga Siren.
Yeah, don't worry, we're out of here for that
With
one.
Hand of Midas, Naga Siren.
Naga versus like PL or TB or something. Yeah, that's where the teams are going to be like, okay, enough of this fighting. Let's farm it up. But don't worry, we've got to get to a Game 3 first, and Execration are not going to be wanting to have any of that if they have anything to say about it. Palos' Slack played Pudge in Game 1 and put on a bit of a show. He's going to have to maybe work his finger muscles a bit harder this game, because this one's looking a little bit tougher for him.
It definitely does. So, Lich plus Pudge.
Yep.
It's going to be the lane. Very strong. They got to be careful again how they approach. Safe lane Pudge, menace to deal with.
Battle.
Well, here we go. It is time. Predator League 2022 Grand Finals. It's the last day. Game 2 has begun.
Eventually the last game of the tournament, even, if Execration gets the W here.
Yep. Teams giving out the HFs in the old chat. And the classic C pause. It's not a game of C Dota without a pause at the start.
Always happens. I think 2 biggest regions for pause are South America and Southeast Asia. Just to make sure. Even if it's like a 5-10 second pause to check if your hotkeys are working.
Yeah. Even when they don't need it, they're like, wait, this game hasn't paused at the start. This doesn't feel right. Let's just pause. Make sure everyone's okay.
One thing that we didn't mention.
Oh,
big one.
Into the splitter. No way to rebound out of there.
I don't think Spirit Breaker wanted to take this one.
Would much rather that go to the mid
Pudge.
laner.
I think Pudge.
30 seconds to battle.
We've seen what can happen in the previous game if you give first blood to Pudge. They still got some gold. He still got the flesh heap.
Yep. Your Polaris, you're telling Spirit Breaker, that's Sentry plus double salve money right there.
Gotta invest in team items.
Well, you mentioned Wraith Pact doesn't item. Maybe he's getting the Wraith Pact on Spirit Breaker. Not sure if Primal Beast wants to be going there. He's normally that kind of BKB hero.
The battle begins.
So looking at this Razor, which hero is he gonna link? None of these heroes care about getting linked. They still deal damage. Pudge with Rot, Leshrac with his abilities, and Primal Beast as well. Like they don't rely on right clicks.
Very
So
different
this Razor
story.
pick really countered in terms of what he can bring to the table. He's playing for himself. He's really not countering anything.
Not countering, but at least these are heroes that he can easily build up a lot of damage for himself,
Yes,
perhaps.
that's true, because they are melee. Pudge can't really escape. Primal Beast can, but other heroes not as much.
Yeah, and often the Primal Beast is the one initiating in, so you'll just be able to maybe turn and link him. But see how this Pudge fares. Gets off to a nice start with a couple of creep denies here. Wave being pulled back by Tino. He knows he can't beat the Pudge base damage, so he wants to get his creeps away from the Pudge. As both players trying to block some of these pull camps, and there we go.
Shanks did block the camp anyway with the Sentry Ward, just pretending for now that Sentry is not there.
Yep. Always good. Maybe he doesn't bring out a Sentry of his own to de-ward it. We'll see if that's the case. Over a mid lane, Razor versus Leshrac. How do you feel like this lane should go?
Leshrac, he's definitely fine. Like, I would even favor Leshrac in this one, because he does have lightning to slow him down, lands a stun. Depends on your stun usage. We've seen the previous game, if you miss a couple of stuns, this hero just doesn't feel that good to play.
Yep. That's a nice little deny there. Stun usage to maybe some of these rotations too. Natsumi getting bullied a bit up in this top lane. Visage Nuke coming in and getting him down pretty low here. Mentioned maybe you wanted to give the Pudge the first blood. You're seeing a bit why. He's only got 4 last hits. And already very low on health.
They played the lane well. Frost Nova was used top to secure the range creep. They denied it. So a lot of mana, commitment, and then they started to play a bit more aggressive. They got level 2 faster, and now they are the ones controlling the lane. We see Visage on top of the network, which is something that just doesn't happen.
Nice trample and charges in. Abeng, he was trying to secure the side pull and ends up feeding away his life there. Great punish coming in from Force. Even Slark gonna get harassed here. A bash from the Spirit Breaker could get him down pretty low too, but
Primal Beast is gonna be level 3. This is big. They're out of region already on bottom, but both safe lanes kind of not going as expected for both of the teams.
yeah, definitely. Well, I thought Pudge would do a bit better in, but seeing here the strength of this Marcy Visage lane. See one of the go-to combos is another kill down bottom. You mentioned the level 3. I think that's exactly what happened. Force got level 3 and just charged in and found an easy kill.
Slark, one of the heroes that doesn't recover that easily. He's more of a fighter. He wants to be able to dominate the laning stage, get those essence shifts up. And it's not going to get easier for him. Spirit Breaker getting levels, Primal Beast a bit low on mana right now, so Palos can play a bit more aggressive here.
See, Spirit Breaker comes back to this lane, just how easily Slark gets that farm. With the lane pushed up, it's definitely not a fun lane for him. Remember at mid, Razor and Lesh have gone pretty 50-50 so far. A couple extra knives to the Razor, a couple extra last hits to the Leshrac. We'll see if those rotations start coming in. Definitely around the 6-minute mark with the power rune, but sometimes even sooner with these water runes as well. Top lane, they're in on the Pudge. Nuke's coming out, one more right click, and Tino finishes him off. He was trying to turn and go for a hook, but his fate was already sealed.
Even if he lands that hook, it would just harassment damage, but nothing more than that. And again, Slark.
Yep, another trample.
Oh, he's playing aggressive.
Yep, he wants to get this kill, but with the charge, the Ice Path, he gets the kill, and Palos survives on a sliver of health. Great play from Abeng to help bail him out, but the chase is on Xavius. Has the movement speed, it seems, but with the slow coming in from the Jewel Breath. Needs
be
a
up.
vision for a charge. Yep, it's got to be soon. He's committed. He wants Palos.
I don't know about this one.
Yeah, this is Pete. There's the charge. One more right click. He's got it.
Okay.
What? Hashtag what?
And yeah, he tips him right after.
Yeah. I heard some shouts in the studio.
Not sure if that's really worth it. Sometimes it's better to leave him at no HP, because he needs to bring regen. Slark didn't have any HP left, and then you can play aggressive on him. You don't need to die for it. Jakiro, level 4.5, 5 minutes in, getting that solo XP after.
Yep.
This surprise Ice Path kind of made the difference there.
Attempt on top, and Tino will have another soul assumption in a second, I imagine. They just need vision for it.
Oh,
the ward.
The branch.
Couldn't find the soul assumption.
Had a raindrop. I don't think it would kill him anyway. This raindrop did reset. Still, a lot of pressure on this Pudge. Sitting at 17 CS at the moment. Slark struggling. Sitting at 20.
Support's duking out in the bottom jungle. Xavier's up to here. Phase boots already. He's using to put that first blood money to good use. Looking for those 17%. Those bashes. The Razor rotating. Has to be a little bit careful, but you can always charge away from this. It's that 6-minute rune coming up, and it goes the way of Bob's Razor with the spawn down bottom. Just a regen.
A tithe to the impurities.
You wouldn't expect Spirit Breaker to have 6-minute phase boots. Lich gets thrown. We'll get a return kill, but no XP this time around, and Natsumi.
Oh, gets him with the slow.
He's not going to be able to get away.
Yep. Gets the link on him. Maybe with the creep block, this could be close, but Bob is going in. Spirit Breaker charge, maybe going to save the David. He hooks his teammate. Oh, no. That's not what he had in mind there, and with another rebound, it's going to be off the mark, but Bob wants his kill into the tower. He has a creep to deal with first. No TP to get out of this one. Bob in some trouble. Has the bottle charge as well as a raindrop, so he's pretty tanky here, and the pull from the Lich is not going to do a whole lot. Bob, in fact, looking to maybe keep cleaning up here.
He's so tanky. He did have ulti up and running. Does have a raindrop wand and the fairy fire. I don't think they're getting that kill.
Oh, Xavius barely survives the right clicks one more time.
Okay, bash.
Meanwhile, Slark died bottom, it looks like, so a lot of action. And Jakiro died bottom. Did Primal Beast just 1v2?
It looks like it. Everybody else was either mid or top.
1v2 double kill? Perhaps? That's not what you expect. The action continues up top. It's a bloodbath in this top lane. Polaris are embracing the divide. They're just running. And
you said we need some more pauses. Microphone issue, Discord, okay.
What the hell is going on in this game, Lucas?
Polaris getting more from, especially from this Primal Beast lane. Leshrac is doing also well. The one who's struggling is Pudge, but this is the hero that can easily come back into the game with one good Frost Shield on top of him. He doesn't die. He gets the Flesh Heap off, and then suddenly he gets the Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be more about Leshrac and this Primal Beast dominating, because they have Spirit Breaker as well, who can make these rotations. Every single time Spirit Breaker moves to one of those lanes, whether there's a Lesh or Primal Beast, it's going to be a kill.
Seen it a bit here already. Both teams very active here in the early game, particularly on that Polaris side. Spirit Breaker has been in so much of the action. But Natsumi's Pudge is having a rough start. This is definitely not going to be the dominating farming Pudge we saw last game, it feels like. And he's in some trouble now. Went for a bit of farm, and they had the vision, they had the ward in the jungle to spot him out, so an easy kill goes Execration's way.
Tried to go for the dismember play. Buy more time. Didn't work out. Last track. 44 CS, same goes for Primal Beast. Force looking for an opening here.
He has an idea maybe where Jakiro's hiding. He knows this Jakiro can't TP as well. He just came back in, and there's the trample. Picks him up, drops him down, and
Xavius with another KS.
Secure. Woo! Pudge almost killed Palos here in the mid lane. Natsumi, having enough of that top lane, has found a new home for himself. And I mean, I mentioned the Pudge having a tough time. It's been a similar story for the Slark, who's had a bit better CS, but isn't really having...
Pudge can do much more with less network. That's a big difference here.
It's going to be put to the test a bit here, as top lane is going to fall. Tino's having a amazing game on this Swiss. Just kill after kill that he's been involved with. Now gets a tier 1 tower. Just 9 minutes in, and they're fully ready to invade this dire jungle, including trying to take some of these stacks.
I want to see Leshrac make a move, help him out a little bit. Whenever there's a rotation, he needs to be able to match it. Someone moves, his job is gonna be to move, because this Primal Beast, he can carry the game, at least in the mid game. This is a strong hero, Parker. We've seen him. We haven't seen him, but he got that double kill alone.
He's just
Dyer's
playing
middle
around
tower
the
is
strength
under
of his
attack.
early start with all these kills he's been getting. He's in such a good spot to just play hyper-aggressive Dota, and he sets up a nice kill that goes the way of Lelouch's Leshrac. Natsumi even getting in on the action. Constant aggression from Polaris. 10-minute mark hits, and they get an Invis rune on Lesh. See if they can turn any of these kills into towers, because so far they've yet to really pressure any of these tier 1s.
Polaris, not too much tower damage. That's one issue. They need to play with the catapults, especially this one on bottom, to try to put some more pressure on the tower with the Spirit Breaker rotation. Jakiro dies. Unless he lands a really good ice pad to stop the charge, Primal Beast is going to run him down.
Yeah. The solo kill potential is very much a problem here.
Radiant's courier
Bottom
has
lane
been killed.
continues to be defended by this Shakira and has backup on the way. Bob's Razor may be thinking they can bait things out a bit. They see Xavier, so, and that may throw a spanner in the works here. They may need more numbers, more backup, especially with the cavalry coming. Leshrac on the move as well. Bob's been found. Here comes the charge in from Force. He's got the pickup onto the Razor. They want Bob, but the Ice Path is there to kind of disrupt things here. But Polaris have numbered. It is bouncing, doing some big damage, and Shanks gets one kill there onto the Leshrac, but they've already lost 2 in the process. Shanks still alive. He's just fighting his way through this one, but another charge will finish him off. Tino shows up to get some cleanup in as well. Kills off Ayu's Lich. What a Chain Frost coming in from him. If Palace can finish off Xavier's here, that'd be
Looking
huge.
for an angle, hiding, trying to find a charge, but this is going to be an easy pickoff for Palace. Dino's ready to rotate with Visage right now. I mean, he's super farmed.
I mean, that was all 5 heroes from Execration, and they get a decent result in the end. I think it was like a 3 for 3, but given that Slark's getting some cleanup kills, they've got to feel pretty nice about it. Yeah, you go 3 for 2. Maybe not quite the outcome they were hoping for. That doesn't show Spirit Breaker stats. So yeah, it was 3 for 3. Pudge was elsewhere farming, so I think if you're a player, just think, okay, that was 4v5, you know. Let's chill.
Next fight's going to be a lot easier for Execration, especially if Dino's in there. About to finish right
Charge
back,
top.
12 minutes into the game.
Got Slark perhaps here. He got off the ultimate, but he can't TP out with the charge there. Does get the Dark Pack, but there's too much AoE damage.
He did opt to go for Mage Slayer this time around on Slark against Leshrac. That's one way to deal with him. Even Primal Beast, Lich, most of their damage is magical, so good itemization, even though he died. I think it's worth pointing it out.
Now Leshrac's Bloodstone about to come online. The big early game timing for Lelouch. Perhaps that's where the building damage is going to come in from this Lesh Edict. He's almost got it maxed out now. They've yet to really pressure any of these towers, despite being the team playing on the front foot. For Execration, they seem pretty happy to kind of just play a bit of a slower game.
They want this Slark to get back into the game, Razor to have BKB so that he can run freely. Bob this time around sitting in the middle of the pack. Look at the net worth. Pudge does have more net worth than Bob, which is pretty impressive. They made some stacks for Pudge. So he farmed that, a couple of stacks in a triangle as well.
Do you feel like Dire dropped is one of those drops that's on a bit of a timer this game?
Not necessarily. They scale well. Not the best team dealing damage through BKB. Sure, you have Spirit Breaker ulti, you have Pudge Dismember, but I think if we're talking about the super late game, those 15 minutes, that they lose. So slightly on a timer.
Yeah. You don't draft and play for 50+ minutes in, so they've got to feel okay about where this game is at. Xavier goes for a charge through the river, but he's going to cancel it. Gets the Nether Strike off on Tino, sets up a meat hook. Anything to cancel the Dismember. Shanks tries to go charging in to help bail his buddy out, but
Where's
Tino's already dead. Nice pull in. They've got Shanks as well. It's a 2 for 1, just losing their support Lich. They'll take that trade for now, and Xavier isn't done. This Spirit Breaker with Phase Boots Drum is just a menace. Force follows it up as well, and
Has a Lance of Pursuit, so extra slot. That's one of the most satisfying neutral items, at least in terms of the effects applied. Like you become a budget Ricky.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
perhaps the only Ricky, since we don't
Radiant's
get to see
middle
Ricky
tower
these
is
days.
under attack.
We don't get to see Ricky at all, ever.
The charge. Anytime Spirit Breaker sees it on the map, he's just gunning in on them. Not sure he's going to want to follow this charge through. Primal Beast is nearby, but yeah, it's a bit too dangerous of a territory to go invading.
Dire are scanning.
4K gold lead, Polaris in the driver's seat for now. How important do you feel like some of these early objectives, these tier 1s and Roshan, are going to be for them?
They do have a good rotating lineup. Have Visage with the Raid Pact. You have Sidekick from Execration. If they manage to win next fight, like get 2 kills, it's an easy Roshan.
Okay. See if they can find that next fight. So far, yeah, all these recent fights are going great for them. Love to maybe get this tier 1 mid tower. Another charge coming in. They've got vision of just Jakiro, but they'll take that.
We've seen this before.
Yep.
Same spot, same 2 heroes.
This Spirit Breaker pick is owning. And a Chain Frost onto the Razor. They brought down Bob.
They understand every single time they kill this Razor, delaying his BKB timing. And yeah, you mentioned Roshan. Polaris, after finishing off this tier 1 tower on the mid lane, gonna go inside and take it. I don't think there's gonna be much to do for Execration. They're just gonna let it go.
Yep, they've got Slark farming down bottom. Visage is nearby, could maybe send the birds in, but does feel like anything they do is going to be too little too late here. They're starting to head towards the area. The birds just get eaten alive.
200.
Yep. Extra bit of gold going their way. They get the Icepath Macropire, but Roche has already been claimed with Lelouch picking it up, and Shinx is in. Way too deep. The Wraith Pack maybe giving them an idea that they could fight. Does get denied in the end by Visage, but it's a very small victory.
For the next 5-10 minutes, Polaris is going to put so much pressure. They don't have cooldowns. The only cooldown they care about is BKB on Primal Beast. They don't care if they have the Spirit Breaker ulti or a Lich ulti. They will be ready to go.
Things looking good for the Polaris side. Still got their work cut out for them. There's a Slark who continues to climb. Is there a specific item on the Slark that you feel like is going to be go time for him? He's almost got the Ag Scepter. Is this it, or does he need more farm?
This is poke item where he can get in, cause a bit of a disruption on Polaris' side, and then he gets out. So it's not sure who else likes to go and poke damage on their side. Razor wants to commit with the BKB. Link get the kill the target. Marcy also, if she uses ulti, she's all in pretty much. So a bit of a desync there with what these heroes want to do. It's a good saving item for Slark. And also, like, applying his passive ability. Well, again, same spot.
And it's Bob on the Razor. That's one here you can't afford to have keep getting picked up. Borsko's looking to make sure they finish off the Jakiro as well, but 2 pickoffs, identical spot as you mentioned.
They should figure out that there is a ward somewhere. They try to put one a bit more to the west, but couldn't find it.
Like the jump on top, Xavius goes for a charge, but gets tossed back in with the backup from Lelouch. There may be some revenge kills here. They want Shinx. Tries to pull himself out of there, but AU has the range to cancel that one, and Tino in trouble now as well. He was caught trying to TP out in the trees, it looks like, and now he's getting pulverized.
This ice ain't nice.
You hear this Primal Beast charging at you, you gotta run. And on top of that, you have Frost Shield, so he's pretty much immune to damage. There's so much damage reduction on their side, it's insane. You talked about Spirit Breaker getting raid backed, and he actually is going for it after finishing off the drums.
There's one farm kind of greedy Spirit Breaker almost, but it's working out for him.
Bobby. 6.8k net worth. Spirit Breaker sitting at 5.8. They killed him so many times. If he had a BKB, it's one of those games where it snowballs so hard on the enemy team that it doesn't allow you to get that one item.
Yeah. And he's going to get it at such a late time where it feels like he's going to be still an item behind. So, we'll see what the plan's going to be. Forces in once more and just deletes Arbeng. The damage output he's bringing to the table is just way too much at this point. Xavius flying in just to keep the slack away from some farm as well. There it is, raise a BKB. A small glimmer of hope, perhaps.
Still, Aegis up and running. Minute and 20 seconds left. They're getting so much out of this. Flash rack, 9, 1, and 8.
Radiant
Very involved.
Scanning.
Does have Apple as well, so makes him even tankier.
One big difference to last game, I forgot there was a Pudge in this game, I'm gonna be honest. But that could be a good thing. He's just been farming, you know? He's in a place, he's up there with the Slark.
Radiant's bottom
Ready to have an
tower
impact.
is under attack.
I believe he does have Aghanim Scepter in 21 minutes into the game, even if he didn't have that good of a laning stage. He's still gonna be able to farm that, and Lelouch or Lelesh, or whatever you want to call him, getting a solo kill on a tower. Does have Arcane Rune. Now they will be able to grab the outpost.
Yep. Easy uncontested tower, and there's the Ag Scepter you mentioned with a Blink Dagger. Has Boots of Travel queued up, so wants to be able to maybe punish some of the split push that we're seeing. An item that can kind of combo with the Spirit Breaker pretty well at the same time. Here comes the charge. Palos, they know where he is with that charge. He can't juke away from him. Shadow Dance revealing where he is, and they're getting a couple of kills out of this, hunting for more. Lelouch is on the high ground. But be careful, that Aegis is still there for now. Will be expiring in 2 seconds time, so he needs to get away from them. We'll start healing in just a second. The charge coming in on Bob. Lelouch is healing though, and they didn't break the regen, so
Bob got surprised by it.
Yep. Here comes Lashrak, Edict burning him down. The stuns from the birds, not enough. Falls with the right clicks. This may just be GG.
It could be. Having the right back on a Spirit Breaker and these 3 tanky cores in front. All, and like I do consider Spirit Breaker a core as well. So 4 cores, Lashrak with that Bloodstone. They don't have any spell or any item that reduces healing, so he's having a really good time.
And your man, Bobby B, he's below net worth of the Spirit Breaker when I last saw.
Not looking good.
Not where you want to be.
One more death and Lich might be able to be on top of him.
That's
one good Chain Frost.
Or a Philly. I think maybe found. I'm not sure if they found the Philly.
I think Philly dropped. Yeah. Spirit Breaker definitely not using it.
Nope.
This is desperation.
Nope. They knew this. This could just be the fight where if they don't get that result they're looking for, they GG on that. The Lich get the Chain Frost off. Some good damage, but that's really all it is. Doesn't have to follow up. And
we mentioned good Chain Frost. I meant killing the creeps, but this Chain Frost cut their HP down to half.
Yeah. You don't get much fun for that one. But killed nonetheless. Not a fight players are ready to take. They're kind of split over the map. Probably just need to back off, ferry out some items. They've been having so much momentum playing on this other enemy side of the map that
Radiant's top tower
got some big items coming out and on the way. But just BKB, just 100 gold or so off now. Didn't actually complete the boots to travel. Prioritizes BKB first.
It's a safer choice.
It's a little, you know.
Having a BKB, even though there is like physical damage that goes through against Marcy's stun, Ice Bat.
No. He pops the BKB, but with Lesher coming, they may stick around. There's the Nether Strike, and that BKB gonna be wearing off, and Bob the building going down. Another kill going their way with the Visage getting picked off as well.
This game looks pretty over. I'm gonna say 18k net worth. Next Roshan could potentially respawn in 15 seconds. Polaris is going to be the team that
Radiant's
will
top
control
tower
it.
has fallen.
They are hunting for this Spirit Breaker down bottom. Not sure if they've got the tools to kill him. If he get a charge on out. He coming in. They get the glyph on the creep too to secure the TP. Lelouch's
Primal
showing
Beast
up.
is in.
Yep, this is looking like a bad fight. They had some ambitions of glory there with the Spirit Breaker kill, but in the end they get punished. Great glyph with the boots of travel in, and they punish the aggression of Execration.
Having this global presence with Spirit Breaker and the boots of travel that you mentioned. If Pudge gets boots of travel himself, like you do have Primal Beast with the Aghanim Scepter, so being able to break Visage, potentially break Slark as well, taking out most of his damage from the Essence Shift. Force has been on point. Last game on Mars, not as much, but this one completely dominating.
As those splits going out now as well with the Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just
attack.
wreaking havoc in this game. So much damage coming from all the Polaris cores at this point in the game. Even the Pudge, who's had a bit of a quieter one, has shot himself up, and with a BKB Ag Scepter, there's plenty he can do. I mean, he's still been involved in 13 of these kills, has the 12 Flesh Sheep charges.
Yeah, considering how his lane went, needed to be away from those fights, try to farm up his Aghanim Scepter. We did mention that Leshrac needs to do some rotations, and that's exactly what he did on top of the Primal Beast. And this Spirit Breaker pick, I'm not gonna lie, was a bit suspicious, but now seeing it, it was genius.
Yeah, it's made Slark's life so hard. Like, nobody can go out on the map and farm.
They also picked Slark into Leshrac, so that's also a bit of a no-go.
And Pudge. Which, I mean, I guess it's good against the Pudge, kind of, but...
In a winning game, yes, it's easy to say, well, you see the Slark 2 pounds charges with the Aghanim Scepter,
yeah,
reducing his strength. That's
Radiant's
really
top
cool,
tower
but
is under attack.
into Leshrac, and we knew from the start that this Leshrac is not gonna, this time around, change to position 4/5. He's gonna be the one getting the farm, and Slark just doesn't feel confident. Oh, here they come, 2 beefy boys.
Yep.
Boots of travel, 2 from Leshrac.
Pudge on the Jakiro. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast is on the high ground, finishing off Tino's Visage, who does get off the bird form, keeps himself alive a little bit longer. Here comes the Chain Frost bouncing around. It's Lich's moment to shine. The AoE damage is just too much for them.
This
They've
might
already
be it.
killed 3. Surely it's it. 4 dead, about to be 5. The Slark, last man standing, and
Way too much damage reduction. Even if they decide to go on a target, Frost Shield, Flesh Heap, Wraith Pact, you name it, and they're still not calling it. 5 for 0 trade.
Yep. It's
Oh, they found it. Paladin Sword. Give this to Leshrac. Oh, he's gonna keep it for himself. Okay, I don't mind. He does have a talent. So
They'll play things safe. This is a grand finals, and even with that, it's 28k gold lead at 28 minutes of cost.
it's over. Officially over.
Wrap it up.
Leshrac gets the shard, gets the Aegis, has Boots of Travel too, that we mentioned. So every single time either there's a Primal Beast, Spirit Breaker, or Pudge blinking in and running at someone, reducing that cooldown and also reducing the cast time on it is just so insane. He's up there in your face.
Everybody's reset. Primal Beast and Lesh making a quick trip to base to just get their next couple of items, and they're ready to make a go of this. I'm just hoping poor Bob stays above this Lich in terms of net worth.
This time around, seems like Bobby will not be able to rebuild it.
Radiant's
We'll
middle
have
tower
to
is
focus
under
their efforts
attack.
maybe on a game 3 and fixing it for that final game. That decider here. They're not going to GG out just yet, but
One more fight, that's all they got.
that's why I thought 5 minutes ago. Gonna be honest, the cost.
This time, it's definitely, trust me, Parker, that their buildings are gonna melt with Leshrac. This Leshrac is also getting closer to level 25 once it hits that. Clark trying to farm his BKB, getting very close after this creep wave. He's gonna have it.
That's maybe what they've been waiting for. Probably won't be enough by itself, but they can play around their high ground, maybe bait somebody in. They need that long drawn-out fight where Slack just puts up all that essence shift.
Lashrak has Aghanim Scepter. Where is he getting the gold from? 5K ahead of everybody else, at least.
Huge game from Lelouch. What a bounce back after a rough previous game. See Slack, you mentioned the poke and prod. Goes in, gets a couple of stacks and gets out of there.
That nihilism, their BKBs are down, will not be able to deal damage. Neither Slark nor Visage Birds. All their damage is physical. We talked about it during the draft, and this is the perfect item to counter it. On top of having a Lich that has like Flesh Heap, there's so many abilities that reduce damage of Execration, and they're already limited.
As,
Two active runes.
Yeah, the double rune coming into play. Haste plus Arcane. Ready to maybe poke at this high ground, but that's all Execration have at this point is their high ground. Nobody able to leave the base. You're playing against the Boots of Travel, against the Spirit Breaker charge. There's just so little you can do.
Even Spirit Breaker finished off his Aghanim Scepter.
In the mid lane, they found Marcy. No chance to get out of that one. Lelouch is in deep. Doesn't have a care in the world with the Aegis that he's playing around, and they've maybe caught Palos here. Linking in his force on that Primal Beast, and BKB will mitigate some of the damage, but the right clicks is enough to bring down the Slark. He's got no buyback, and they've got the Dismember as well to bring down Bob's Razor. GG is called. Lacoste, you said one more fight, and that's all it was. It wasn't really much of a fight, though. It was an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, they have no business left in this game. Polaris, safe lane didn't go as they expected. They kind of got dumpstered, but the other lanes went extremely well. Lashrak dominated the Razor matchup, and the Primal Beast. At this Spirit Breaker, this was the pick that made a lot of changes to this game. How the game's going to be played, also getting a solo kill on Slark, getting the first blood, getting to the phase boost, being able to get out of the trouble multiple times. And yeah, go back to the draft a little bit, how this draft developed, having Slark picked into Lashrak, having this Razor that didn't have anyone to actually counter. He couldn't link anybody. Like, he could steal damage, but none of these heroes care too much about their damage being stolen.
Felt a bit like, oh, Razor worked for us in game one, let's pick it again. But the reason it worked is because they maybe were playing into that life stealer. So trying to force some of those picks a bit too much, and we'll see what the plan is going to that game three. So far, two pretty one-sided games. Two very action-packed games, but one-sided.
Yeah, the first one, a complete domination from the Pudge this time around. Not as much from Pudge. He did start to deliver after he got his items, but it was pretty much the Spirit Breaker, Primal Beast, and the Lashrak show.
Well, your winners, Polaris Esports, have forced a Game 3 decider. I'm excited. I'm glad we get this Game 3.
Expected. We, hoping for it. We do have this third game, and hoping for a closer one. Just to be able to close it out in a style a bit more back and forth.
You promised some Naga Siren too.
No, you should not say that. They heard it too. I just saw players leaving. They're like, Naga Siren, we have to ban that hero.
They've been banning it second phase every time. They'll remember that. That's what I'm hoping, Lacoste. They're listening. They're like, okay, keep banning
we
out
don't
that
want
Naga.
to see it. We want to see action-packed game, no cooldowns, no Naga Siren.
Yeah, and this time around we saw they had the answers for Tino's Visage as well, but the next match, guys, is going to be in about 30 minutes time, so the teams have that chance to kind of take a break, reset, get ready for a Game 3, and me and Lacoste will be subbing ourselves out. MLP Dota as well as John X Fire will be coming in, so stay tuned. 30 minutes, Grand Finals will conclude. Yep.
It's gonna be the lane. Very strong. They gotta be careful again how they approach. Safe lane Fudge managed to deal with.
Coming in from the Jewel Breath.
Should
Needs
be
a
up.
vision for a charge. Yep, it's got to be soon. He's committed. He wants Palos.
I don't know about this one.
Now this is deep. There's the charge. One more right click. He's got it.
Okay.
Worth. Hashtag worth. And more numbers, more backup, especially with the cavalry coming. Leshrek's on the move as well. Bob's been found. Here comes the charge in from Force. He's got the pickup onto the Razor. They want Bob, but the Ice Path is there to kind of disrupt things here. But Polaris have numbered. It is bouncing, doing some big damage, and Shanks gets one kill there onto the Leshrek, but they've already lost two in the process. Shanks still alive. He's just fighting his way through this one, but another charge will finish him off. Tino shows up to get some cleanup in as well. Kills off Ayu's Lich. What a chain frost coming in from him. Xavius goes for a charge through the river, but he's going to cancel it. Gets the Nether Strike off on Tino. Sets up a meat hook. Anything to cancel the dismember. Shanks tries to go charging in to help bail his buddy out, but
Where's the
Tino's
chain
already
frost?
dead. Nice pull in. They've got Shanks as well. Same time. Here comes the charge. Palos, they know where he is with that charge. He can't juke away from him. Shadow Dance revealing where he is, and they're getting a couple of kills out of this, hunting for more. Lelouch's on the high ground. Gotta be careful, that Aegis is still there for now. Will be expiring in 2 seconds time, so needs to get away from them. We'll start healing in just a second. The charge coming in on Bob. Lelouch is healing though, and they didn't break the regen, so
Bob got surprised by it.
Yep.
Feel confident. Oh, here they come. Two beefy boys.
Yep.
Boots of travel, two from Leshrak.
Pudge on the Jakiro. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast is on the high ground, finishing off Tino's Visage, who does get off the bird form, keeps himself alive a little bit longer. Here comes the Chain Frost bouncing around. It's Lich's moment to shine. The AoE damage is just too much for them.
This
They've
might
already
be
killed 3. Surely it's it. 4 dead, about to be 5. The Slark, last man standing, and
Way too much damage reduction, even if they...
indeed doesn't have a care in the world with the Aegis that he's playing around, and they've maybe caught Palos here. Linking in his force on that Primal Beast, and BKB will mitigate some of the damage, but the right clicks is enough to bring down the Slark. He's got no buyback, and they've got the Dismember as well to bring down Bob's Razor. GG is called. Lacoste, you said one more fight, and that's all it was. It wasn't really much of a fight, though. It was an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, they have no business left in this game. Polaris, safe lane didn't go. Earthbreaker, this was the pick that made a lot of changes to this game. How the game's gonna be played, also getting a solo kill on Slark, getting the first blood, getting to the face boots, being able to get out of the trouble multiple times.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, game number 3. It's MLP Dota and John Expire joining you here for this final game of the whole tournament. John, it's gone all the way to 3 games. I'm going to be quite frank with you and honest. I thought it was a 2-0 the way of Polaris. Turns out Execration had something to say about that game 1 going their way. Polaris clawing the way back in game number 2. And here we are, game number 3. John, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we finally hit a multi-game series here, and it's going all the way. A lot on the line for both of these teams. I think a lot of us were expecting Polaris to be the marked favorites. But honestly, it could have gone 2-0 either way. I felt like if Execration rode that momentum from game 1, could have ended up just their way and we wouldn't be here. But Polaris did manage to hang on. They're a strong team, and feels like that Pudge is a big factor for both sides. Like, just having that big hero has led to both sides finding that victory.
It certainly has. I mean, Pudge is the winning hero of the Grand Final so far. I can only imagine which team does pick it up here in the 3rd game. And that's the thing, right? Like, going into the draft later on, do you assume we just ban it out now because both sides have not found an appropriate counter towards this hero?
It feels like they should, just considering how well both Palos and Natsumi performed on the hero. At the same time, first phase, the priority has to stay there. Right. We've seen a lot of Nyx banned out. We've seen maybe some target bans onto AU early on as well from Execration's end. We see Bob getting banned out by the 2nd phase of bans. So there's a lot to prioritize, which leaves things like this Pudge in the pool for the last phase. And that's where it gets scary. Like, if your lineup's not built to go against it, or if you have this certain counter pick planned out, but the draft isn't really designed for it, it can really fall apart. Like we saw in game 1, Polaris answered with a Life Stealer. On paper, a really good solution to a Pudge. It just didn't kind of shape up there.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? You don't take off on the Life Stealer and it just kind of falls apart against a hero like Pudge. And even with the Rage and the BKB available, those do wear off eventually, and then you've got some issues against Pudge. Props to the hooks though as well. I mean, there was so many hooks landing from that Pudge on the side of Execration, and well, what can you do? It happens. Game 3 at least is what we wanted to see, and here it is. I can't wait. And John, I know you were watching and laughing at the players as well, because they were trash-talking each other across the arena as we were getting into game number 3. It almost gave me the vibes from the videos that I see of those Filipino lands.
Oh yeah,
right?
For sure.
Where people just, I mean, I'm not going to reiterate what they were saying, Jonathan, but they were saying some nasty words.
They were pretty confident in themselves. You can see they're still prepping till now, but that pre-prep was kind of ridiculous. When we walked in, both sides were yelling at us as well. You gotta love that energy, you know. Execration's like, yeah, John. And Polaris is like, yeah. They want us to praise them.
Nobody talked about Mike though, did they?
No, they talked about the MPL.
We won't. Let's go into it. We do have a draft underway. I don't know why you had to bring up that game. We don't want to hear about that garbage.
Abing figured out at the end, though, what your actual initials are. It took a bit.
Yeah, faster than Zephyr.
Faster than Zephyr.
Much faster than Zephyr.
So Zephyr just literally timed out in the PC, right? And he was like, then he was like, MPL. That was beautiful in Stockholm.
He got blue screen.
Yeah, he got blue screen for sure.
Well, bans are coming out, John. Now, we did ask the question, is Pudge getting removed? So far, not quite. You've got the Undying, you've got the Leshrac being banned out, Nyx Assassin also being removed here by Polaris Esports. One more ban to go. It's one of the things, right? Like, if you have first pick right now, you don't care. You'd rather leave the Pudge and maybe take it for yourself. We'll see what Polaris gets done here, whether they want to have it in the game or not.
Yeah, they don't have first pick overall, so they will just be surrendering perhaps to exit. It doesn't feel like the Pudge has been a first phase pick for either team, though.
Yeah.
It has been in the 2nd phase. It has been more of a pocket pick in the last phase. So it's still fairly open. You just prioritize everything else, and we do see targets there. Nyx gone, Ember Spirit gone. Dawnbreaker's still open, which we know both sides do love to play at certain positions. Visage is the big one as well, that you can think of Force and Tino kind of contesting. So you have some great options to kick things off. Execration do start with a Mirana, and we know Shanks is a very mean Mirana player, as we have seen previously as well.
Absolutely, a complete menace on the Mirana, I want to say, Jonathan, and Execration going to be feeling quite comfy going ahead and picking that one up. Polaris Esports, 2 picks for them now. I was going to mention as well, just after the ban phase, the Bob Batrider still available as well. That's a very scary hero to have to give over to Execration if they do get away with it. Mind you, it's probably not going to be picked in the first phase anyway. And speaking of scary heroes, here we go again. Marcy and Broodmother and Naga Siren apparently coming out.
Yeah, this is a very different draft here in Game 3. Game 2, maybe mirroring Game 1 just a bit, but we see major changes into the last game of the tournament here. I love that Polaris do manage to go into that Force Broodmother. They've had a lot of success with the hero. Force just knows how to play the tempo. He knows how to work his lane, push the advantage. You've got a pretty strong combination with Marcy. You can rebound off the Spiderlings, right?
Right.
So you've got really good reach because of how fast they move. They can just be forward.
How do you rebound off a Spiderling, Jonathan?
I don't know how it's not crushed. I mean,
You'd squash it, right?
yeah, it definitely gets squished, those tiny things. But hey, they're Brood Mama Spiderlings, so you know,
True.
they're a bit stronger than average. The Naga Siren, though, is a great solution to an extent to the Broodmother, right? Like, Brood wants to shove out waves. Naga can do the same thing, except Naga can really spread out her illusions and just counteract that shoving from the Brood. So I think Execration set themselves up pretty nicely. You've got arrows set up with the net, although it's not necessarily your go-to combo. You're not dragging out your Naga to set up for the Mirana, but you do have follow-through for that control. And you've always got that reset button on Naga Siren now as well. So I like what Execration's doing. I think the ideas are good, but allowing something like that Force Broodmother is pretty confident.
That's what I was going to kind of add, right? Like the Force Broodmother, I can't even remember seeing it lose throughout this tournament. He's just been so strong on this hero. Fantastic micro with the Spiderlings. I kind of already point this out over and over again, but those Spiderlings being able to give so much vision and information away, it's got to be so hard to play against. And we've seen how dominant Force can be, even with a bad lane. He goes into the jungle, he farms up a little bit, he stays around the off lane, just keeps the lane pushed out, controls the opposite side of the jungle, and eventually he finds the farm. And even if he doesn't find the farm, Broodmother's one of those heroes where he's going to look for the POS 5, he'll look for the POS 4 in the middle of the team fights, and regardless of whether he has farm or not, he's got a billion spiders, he's got the damage.
Yeah, and he's just going to be extra durable as well. Usual build-up of, say, Wraith Pact and maybe Pipe of Insight, and you're kind of set in the Broodmother. You're just not going to die to burst. Your Spiderlings will take more time to kill off as well. And not that Execration has the best ways of killing that off outside of their Naga right now. Starstorm can kind of work. Mirana Ags is almost never a thing until ultra late game. So it's still fairly well protected despite the Naga being able to counteract its lane dominance or lane shoving down the line. I think you still have that good window for Force to play with. I am curious how Execration responds though. Like, how else do you kind of want to deal with Force here? Are you happy enough with just the Naga? We see them ban out the Pudge, we see them ban out the Pangolier, and it feels like the Pango is one of those good answers for that Broodmother. Swashbuckle's great, you can build Maelstrom, they just all melt. Ember's already been banned out by Polaris as well. And they're still showing respect to Bob. Like, taking away the Batrider is pretty big, and the Mars, which both Bob and Tino have played as well, although mostly on Tino. So just, again, protecting this Broodmother quite nicely here for Polaris' end.
Oh, and they'll go down the Dazzle route here. I believe that should be the AU POS 5 Dazzle, or I know you're about to correct me because we did see a position for Dazzle.
We saw Savius play it last time, and if you think about that lane, down the line with the Spiderlings up and Shadow Wave, that is just terrifying.
It is.
You just die. There's no way to kind of counteract that, and it just really helps in just setting up this aggressive lane for Force, because you get that poison touch off, you get the insatiable hunger up and running, get the Silken Bola out. It's really easy to chase someone down there.
It brings me back to the day of Dota 1. Dota All-Stars, there used to be a strat you used to run with Dazzle. You used to need units naturally, but if you had like a Prophet, you used to get the Nature's Tree and Sky. You just get the surround, the old surround, just block them in and keep just healing and healing and healing, and eventually they just melt. And like you said, with the Spiderlings, it's a lot of damage. Speaking of a lot of damage, we're gonna have a Hoodwink to come out here along with a Tidehunter. So very, very different drafts from Execration.
Yeah, just shaking things up quite a fair bit. They've got really good team fight lined up, just with Ravage and of course with the Bushwhack coming out from the Hoodwink. It does give you a good answer as well for the Broodmother, so they do want to kind of go more on clearing out the waves. Tide Axe is probably going to be a bit of a priority for Tino on the offlane. But it's a great solution. You're just going to be able to stop Force. The question is, have you gone too all in? Because you look at this pickup from Polaris. This is classic Polaris. Ooh. Back from, I want to say, Season 1 of the Deep CC. Season 2 is where it really was popping off more. That Medusa for Natsumi, we know how well he can farm on it. We know how well Force can create space for him on that hero. He is a massive win condition, and it doesn't feel like you have to get best answer. Like Naga on top of a Medusa with a Diffusal. Yeah, in some ways it's a counter. can you really get on top of that DOTA, especially if she gets something like her Ags and Shard up?
That's the problem. Like, you spam Mystic Snake, the illusion's just gone. The Fusil Blade suddenly does nothing. And this could be really rough. Like, I really don't see the answers for the DOTA this game. It's a very strong pickup here by Polaris Esports. Love to see it. I love the fact that Game 3's come along and then both teams just threw the old drafts out the window. Just screw all that crap. We're in a best of 3 last game. Let's just try something new. And well, they certainly brought out something special. And we've got two, I don't want to say two Snake Ladies here, Jonathan, but a Naga Siren versus Medusa.
They're kind of both Snake Ladies, right? In a way, I guess. Well, Naga's a Naga, so.
Right.
But Naga is Snake.
Half Snake.
No, Naga is the word for snake, though.
Oh.
It really is.
From what
I
language?
forget. I want to say Hindi, but I'm not
Oh.
100% sure. But yeah, so they are both Snake Ladies, and it's always interesting to see that matchup. See the rest of the bands. I like the respect coming out for Lelouch still, Kunkka out, and the Void Spirit out as well. And Polaris also respecting Bob with the puck taken away. What options are left? I mean, Bob, TA is probably his best bet, but I don't think we've seen him play that hero in this tournament at all. And in general, TA has just been kind of dead since those small camp changes. What else is there? OD ban out, pretty standard if you're playing the DOTA, right? Protects the DOTA really well.
It does feel like you need a tempo setting kind of hero here, right? Like, 'cause you're against a Medusa, you don't really want to let her farm the whole game. Even if you do have a Naga Siren, you really don't want to allow it to get to that stage where the Medusa can just hold high ground and definitely go on, John.
I think a Quap works out really well. Right there, on the mark.
That is actually incredible.
Yeah, I was because like there's nothing to stun her until you get maybe like Dazzle Hex Shard, right? Dazzle Shard and then a rebound on top, very easy to land. Outside that, and first 15 minutes to 20 minutes, Bob has a lot of room to just jump in, be the aggressor for the team, clear out the Spiderlings. It has everything: burst damage, wave clear, mobility. This can certainly set up for Execration. It just feels like, you know, at some point the Quap might not be enough. It does have scaling in the late game, but you know, its power spikes kind of valleys mid game, and then just goes up a little bit more towards ultra late. But it does feel like the Medusa eclipses you in that mid-late game area. Yeah,
I mean, I like the points you're making about the Queen of Pain. I do agree with what you're saying, but the hero itself has just been very lackluster. I think the win percentage, and I know we don't like to talk about pub win percentage here, John, but it does reflect a little bit of how strong a hero is, and I believe it's 42%, and I think TI-11, it had a 0% win rate.
Yeah, it's a little bit miserable. It's one of those heroes that really relied on small camp. You know, just kind of getting momentum there, abusing water runes to kind of clear out the waves every time. And its tempo is just kind of thrown off. I still think it has a decent build-up. There are multiple options: Yules, Sanjkaya, or Orchid. In this game, it does feel like you probably could get away with a greedy Orchid pickup, but if Force goes for an Orchid instead of anything protective, that's where the Quap starts to suffer, so you might have to preempt that with maybe the Yules, and you wouldn't mind that too much. I am keen to see what Lelouch takes on mid to counteract that, though. It doesn't feel like you have that many options left for a good mid matchup. Maybe Alina is really one thing. Lina can kind of deal with Quap well, but you already have the DOTA soaking up so much farm. Lina can be a bit greedy.
Oh, they're going to go down the Zeus route anyway. I suppose that's fair enough. It's a nice way of catching out the Hoodwink in the tree lines. Obviously very strong against Palos on that Naga Siren because it's just all magic damage. I think it fits very well here. Both teams have completed their drafts. I love, again, the fact that we've got two very different drafts going on for this Grand Final game number 3. I'll ask you right now, who do you think came out with the stronger draft going into this game 3?
I would lean towards Polaris. I think in comparison, their team fight isn't as strong. You know, you've got Ravage, you've got Song coming out from Exa, you've got the Scream of Pain from the Quap, but Polaris, I mean, their lineup just feels like it doesn't need to wait that long. I mean, you think about DOTA, you think it's an ultra late game hero. It's not really. We've seen DOTA with, say, Manta Scotty by 22, and that's already a big spike for the DOTA. You're just kind of set to go. So I think if Execration don't apply that laning pressure, it's going to be really hard for Palos to find space on the map. And they're so constrained by Ravage, they're so constrained by this tempo of Bob. If Bob's lane doesn't go well, things can really get out of control for Execration. Like, Polaris will be able to kind of hit that momentum, shut the map out, and ensure Palos just never gets big.
Very sad to add, by the way, Natsumi does not have the Crimson Witness for the Medusa, which I'd like to just point out, Jonathan, I do.
Yeah.
I have the Medusa tail.
Very nice.
I opened one, I got Medusa. Never played the hero, never will. I've got it though.
I
means
haven't
I'm
opened
better.
any of mine.
That's because you're doing something cheeky and buying a Steam Deck, aren't you, Jonathan?
Well, it's unrelated because you can't even buy it officially.
What else is unrelated, Jonathan? We're going to go into the Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, last day, final match. Let's get it underway. Execration against Polaris Esports. This is the final game, John. A best of one in this Grand Finals. One of these teams has to be the bridesmaid. The other, naturally, the bride to be married. It's all about them.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the winner, of course. No one remembers second place, unfortunately. So,
Nah.
well, let's see who brings their A game out. We already had a early pause, as is traditional when you have two Filipino teams up against each other. You know, this is actually a prime opportunity to say, this is the classic Tagalog versus Bisayawa fight. This is, chat's going to love that. They're absolutely going to dig that.
If I remember correctly, the Visayas region is what
the
Polaris is
Visayas,
from.
yes. They're from Cebu.
Visayas.
Yeah.
Do you feel good correcting me on my pronunciation for once?
No.
No.
No, not really. I feel sad.
No.
No, but it is like Bisaya in Filipino, but it's a V in English. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's Bisaya Pride, right?
Yeah.
That's what you taught me. You
Yeah,
said
Bisaya
if you're going to
Pride.
say Pride, you say
Yeah,
Bisaya
Bisaya.
Pride.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
There's a sneak peek into what might happen if Polaris wins. Still.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will. Execration still looking like a very strong team, and obviously, like we mentioned earlier, John, these guys were very confident going into this game 3. Both teams giving kind of a bit of trash talk across the arena, which is something I love to see. This is why I feel like we need more Rambulans, right? Just complete trash talk constantly happening. I love it.
It's always fun to see. A little bit of a scuffle over the runes, but doesn't look like any hard commitment from both sides. So it's just going to be a nice little 3-1 pickup in Polaris' favor. And that should kind of help set up Lelouch. Really important, I think, in the Zeus matchup. Like, out of all the mids that rely on that early gold, Zeus is probably one of the bigger ones. Quick bottle changes that lane matchup, makes it pretty hellish for the Quap. And Quap, in most cases, right, you tend to go for your dagger now, just to sap away some HP, get some harass off. Zeus stands far back enough. Every time you walk up for the dagger, you're going to get punished by the chain lightning every time.
It's not an easy lane at all for Bob. Thing is, though, what is easy for Bob is securing those power runes and water runes later on. And even with the support lineup that you've got here on Polaris Esports, you kind of wonder how they rotate to try and help out. Like AU on the Dazzle, he might make his way over to try and help secure. In fact, hold that Thor, because Shanks was taking a fair bit of damage there on the Hoodwink, but is going to be just fine to turn right back around to Xavius. But like I was saying, like with the Marcy Dazzle support duo, can you really help secure water and power runes compared to, say, the Mirana Hoodwink?
It's not as threatening. You have a lot more room there, although Xavius is doing a great job of at least maintaining this lane.
Oh, Shanks. That's a lot of damage on Shanks, and that's first blood. Xavius, a very nice rebound set up into the Mystic Snake, and it proves to be enough. In fact, they'll go for more now. Rebound will land Tino. He'll go for a run, but another nice disposer from Xavius. Tino, he'll keep running, but Xavius will chase him down to the ends of the earth. A very nice bushwhack, though. Gonna put an end to it, but it won't. Xavius, he just keeps going. He does not care. It's worth his life if he gets both kills, and he doesn't even lose it.
Let's get some context as to how durable Marcy is. Shanks has a Blightstone, and they got Gush level 1, and Xavius still isn't dead. Like that is a stupid amount of minus armor, and this Marcy is still not being punished. And just on top of that, you've got the toss back, the dispost. The slow stacking with Mystic Snake is kind of insane.
Force. A fair bit of damage on Force now. The Riptide's really being proc quite frequently here from Palos.
Ooh.
He'll get the Tango out from AU, but he certainly has to be very careful. Without the life steal available, it's kind of hard for him to remain in this laning phase.
Yeah, they're working this lane real well down bot. Again, the Naga can just kind of dominate that matchup because she doesn't necessarily rely on right clicks. It's more on the Riptide. They do poke Natsumi quite a fair bit up top. That is where that minus armor can shine, but Xavius is fully healed up, and if they see that opportunity, if the wave shoves back in, they're going to have a chance to kind of get cheeky there. Not going to be able to pull with Shanks around. Still, it does feel like Polaris, they're getting a little bit more from lanes. Force is the big issue. If that Broodmother doesn't take off and Palos is allowed to farm, if you don't deny the map space, then you're going to have a little bit of Naga Siren issue in the mid game.
AU chased down. Bang wants to try and get aggressive here on that Mirana. Plenty of damage to be dealt, but AU going to fight back with the poison touch still. Now the bounty's coming out. Arrow does land on the backside. Bang still going. AU trying for the deny, but he's not going to make it. Oh, the mud columns. They were so close yet so far.
Yeah, you don't actually lose that much gold from dying there. Like 210 gold, bounty rune for everyone 40 gold. You gain 200 gold versus 210 loss, but that economy spread feels a lot better for Polaris. It's not a bad sacrifice for AU to make. Still some solo EXP for the Mirana, so I'm sure Abeng's going to be more than happy about that. But because AU dies, he goes back mid, tops up Lelouch, allows him to just keep harassing out.
Xavier's going to drop top lane, so they do finally get rid of this Marcy. Shank's the one to pick that one up, and I suppose the damage is really starting to come out here from the side of Execration in the soft lane. Natsumi, he's farming okay, but he's only at 10 CS right now, so he has certainly been kind of halted here in terms of that CS department. See if they can keep it up here on this Tide and the Hoodwink. Does seem like a bit of a hard lane to actually secure any kind of CS for Natsumi, unless Xavier's is really up front, allowing that space over. And again, as we just saw, Xavier's dropping. It's not so safe for him to move that far forward.
Yeah, it's always a little bit risky now. With the levels up on Tino, just has a lot more to offer in the counterfight. And even levels up on Shanks just allows a little bit more control, a little bit more damage every time they poke up.
This time around will drop topside. So if they do punish once again Natsumi, he'll be very happy with that bonus goal.
Yeah, it does compensate for the slower lane. It's still one of the bottom cores in terms of CS. I'm sure his net worth isn't too bad though, considering all these kills coming up top. I think the one thing for Execration is they aren't at the point where they're rotating mid. Those rotations we talked about with Mirana and with Hoodwink just isn't happening. It's not to the detriment of Bob. He still has rune control and Lelouch isn't having the best of times. But it does feel like once Bob hits 6, you should start to think about taking away that Zeus, because you allow that Zeus to just keep farming up, he'll have a Kaya, he'll have a lot of damage.
Palos? Kind of suffering a little bit more now. Like, he doesn't have the support with him at the moment, and against AU and the Broodmother, it can be quite difficult to try and contest that lane now without having that support right behind you to help you out in a Bing. Not sure where a Bing's hanging out, but it looks like he's in the dire triangle right now. So Palos can be focused once again here, forced. He'll just move forward. Palos, he's going to be forced to fight, but he can't do it. He will drop. Able to secure the kill onto the Naga Siren and a Bang. Are you going to regret not being around for that?
Yeah, you can't afford to just leave the Naga alone. We talked about that slow stacking. Bola up along with a Poison Touch, and most heroes can't run away. Even something like the Naga Siren can't deal with that. Force is fairly durable now on the Broodmother with that casual Wraith Band pickup, and even has the Orb of Venom just to get even more slow on hand, so it's very hard for you to run. Lelouch now at 6, topping up back in the base. We'll have Thunder God's Rat if he sees that opportunity, and Bob does have his own 6 up, but again, there's just no support rotations. They're tied in to the side lanes, and that just takes away a lot of fight that Execration has with this lineup.
It certainly does. 2-4 now, very slight net worth lead the way of Polaris Esports. Off to a very, very nice start as top lane. Tino about to drop, but not quite enough yet. So Xavier's, he doesn't have the rebound to play with. He'll be forced to back. They do at least force a rotation out from the side of Execration towards that top side. Bang the one to TP in. Tino, he's still going to have to go back to the base though.
Yeah, so close to getting that kill on Lelouch, but just a bit too durable on the Tide. Estimation was just slightly off. If they had an extra right click in, I'm sure Lelouch would have gotten that kill. So first Thunder God's Rat doesn't quite line up for Polaris. That's a minute 40 window where they could just commit harder and not need to worry about that burst.
Shanks, well, top lane getting very low now, but does get the scurry away. Tino going to rejoin the fray. Trying to get a little bit aggressive here with the Anchor Smash and Gush. He's going to do what he's going to do here against Natsumi, but well, the Medusa looking a lot more comfortable now at that top lane.
Just starting to build in a little bit more. Still not quite as farmed as Palos, but not too far behind. And the jungle is still really secure. They don't quite have that much forward vision here to protect, but no one's really making any forays. They are starting to go onto the mid, though, at the very least camping for that 8-minute rune. A little bit early for Ronaldo.
Palos in trouble again. He's completely alone, so Force can have his way with him. Palos just trying to run, but it doesn't seem like there's anywhere to go. Or maybe there is Shanks. He'll make it just in time. Palos, he buys his time with the mirror images and Force. Oh, he's not going to be feeling too good about that one.
No, it was very close. He needed AU around. One Shadow Wave probably would have gotten that kill with all the Spiderlings around, but Palos gets back to farming, recovers quite nicely off that attempt. And
Tino, they'll miss the rebound, but they'll still go for the dispose out on Tino. Still a tanky Tidehunter though with level 2 Kraken Shell, so he's not going to go down. It just seems like they want to keep buying space for Natsumi to just start to escalate on that Medusa. And that he is now, 43-6 on the Medusa. Palos, not too far, or rather not too far ahead, 48-4. But he does have to run back towards the fountain, so maybe Natsumi able to catch up now in terms of the CS board. Meanwhile, Bob rotating, but the Thunder God's Wrath going to give the vision over. So even through the invis, they're going to know he's around. Be able to find nothing with this invis room. Meanwhile, top lane, Tino getting aggressed on, but Xavius has to back out as the Bing has rotated. He's trying to juke out the arrow, but the arrow's not even being thrown out. Now it does. They've got the kill. Natsumi, he's moved forward, but Tino, he wants to keep going. He pump fakes the Ravage. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Shanks is going to get deleted by force. Top side, it doesn't seem like they're going to make the play on the Medusa. Natsumi, though, still has to be very cautious.
Yeah, still has to play it safe. They dragged Palos up top as well. Maybe looking for that shove in on the tower and just clear out the jungle, prevent Natsumi from getting some free resources. Bot is opened up, but that's where the Broodlords is playing.
Palos, yeah, he gets caught out. Xavius, he's there with the sidekick and the rebound and the dispose, and Palos, he's got nowhere to go. Oh boy, here I was thinking Natsumi was the one in trouble.
Yeah, just maybe overcommits forward. The rest of his team backed off when he was starting to invade that jungle. And maybe he expected to have the threat of Ravage on hand, just doesn't connect with him, and he just never managed to do anything. A little bit too far forward, maybe some miscommunication coming out from Execration. Polaris not going to be wondering about that though. They take a big freebie, and that should start to really escalate Natsumi. He's so secure in that top lane, only the supports have been dying for him. His jungle's still fairly secure. There is a forward ward now from Execration on the top jungle though, so they can kind of spot out when the Deuce is farming. Again, if you think about Execration's lineup, they still haven't quite played around that burst potential Bob can offer. And they haven't lined up on mid, they haven't punished the Zeus, and they're keeping their bot tier 1 from falling, but Force is still managing to find all that farm. He's top net worth right now.
He certainly is. Bob mid lane has to be cautious. They've got a haste rune on Lelouch. The chase is on. Bob still running, but surely can't get out. Lelouch, he's not giving up, and he does secure the kill. That's massive for Polaris. Bob, he's already playing a hero that's going to suffer throughout the game, and he's so far behind this Zeus.
Yeah, he's really behind. It's just a lane that Lelouch really worked well. It's one of the only heroes that really handles the co-op nicely. I mean, a lot of heroes do, but Zeus is one of those that really holds that lane quite nice. And he even gets the Fairy's Trinket dropped. Trying to chase here.
They took so many of the stacks away here from Execration. Luckily, Abink does get there in time to protect the large creeps in that camp. Nice arrow. Is going to land perfectly on Xavius, but he has the raindrops. Blocks out most of the damage, and there's no real backup here to the arrow, so he's going to be just fine. Polaris still sitting pretty though, 3k advantage. Execration, they're the ones that need to try and find a way to slow down this Medusa now as Natsumi. Second in net worth, only second to his own Broodmother. In fact, now Palos. Oh, he gets blown up.
Oh, that was so fast. Marcy at level 6 just melting heroes without any items. That was no phase boots, no orb of corrosion, nothing like that.
Very balanced.
Just ripped right through an Agi core. Beautiful to see. Of course, they did have the magic damage coming out there from Lelouch as well. But Palos, again, he's forced to just abandon bot. He can't handle that lane up against Broodmother. Has to go top, but with the tower still up, Polaris still has so many options for those rotations. And Natsumi's just never under threat. 4-8, 4k lead for Polaris here at 12 minutes in. They're still having a pretty good time here.
Yeah, they are. Hard to see how you slow them down now, right? Because you've got Force on one side of things, just keeping the bot wave pushed out, controlling that side of the jungle. That does force Palos to go to the top side, but he can't farm there either because they just keep making the jump in on him. At least now they have found the Marcy, but they might not have found the kill. Sharpshooter's not going to land either. Oh, Xavius. He's ruining them this game.
2 ults committed for that pause for Marcy, and you can't even find it. You do have room to shove in top, but your mid's under pressure with Lelouch and Force dealing with that creep wave. You've got to make that choice. Sacrificing your mid for a top tier 1 doesn't feel like it's all that worthwhile.
T1 mid tower, it's a big tower to lose. Tino, he's going to rotate a big Ravage out as well, landing on 3, into the Arrow, onto the Zeus, but they've got the shallow grave. He's not even close to dying yet. Lelouch, he's going to step away. Maybe he does drop. Tino on the chase, but Lelouch is healing up. Bob, he'll try to blink in. Surely they find Lelouch, but Bob, he might drop for this. He'll go for a run out, but Force is there. AU's the one to take the kill. He'll try to punish a great sharpshooter. Shanks, he does catch the dazzle, but it may cost his own life. Force going in for more. The Scurry making it a little bit harder. In fact, Palos is there with the instant. Force, how far are you going?
Oh,
He's
no.
gone too far. Oh, he's gone too far. Have they given an opening to Execration?
I mean, it's pretty deep. They get some really big hero kills. Palos is around to soak some of that up as well. They sacrifice Bop in the process. I think for Polaris, the one thing they're getting out is that you are buying space for Natsumi. He's been free in the triangle. He's free down bottom.
Oh, man. Yeah, there's no surviving that combination. My goodness.
Yeah, the burst is just way too high. For Execration's side, I don't know if they can hold on to that mid tower with another fight like that. They did have to expend some big cooldowns there. They can't even clear out their Ancients. Tino needs this farm. He's so low in net worth, but they're contesting.
That they are. Bushwhack's going to not connect here, Tino. He's in big, big trouble. Just so much damage being dealt from Xavius. They'll just keep rushing forward. Tino's gone. Bob, he's trying to find AU, but AU's going to be just fine to heal up as Bob needs to blink out. Lelouch will just keep chasing, however, with the heavenly jump. It's still not enough, but Xavius, he'll have rebound soon.
Oh, what?
He lands it right on the edge. Bob's gone. Arrow's there. A bang. He might at least find Xavius for his trouble, but they just don't have the damage. They don't have the damage. A bang. He's going to leave the area. This is not the fight for Execration.
Oh, they just tumbled. They keep trying to clear out those Ancients. Really good forward vision out from Polaris, watching that area, watching that triangle.
Palos, not Palos.
Oh, he's trapped. He can't even run.
It's tough, Bob. He's given the nightmare noises over, but that's because he's in a literal nightmare right now, John. This game is horrific for him.
What's a nightmare for us is day-to-day life in Australia, Mike. It's just the Broodmother, you know? You can't run from the spiders, you can't crush them fast enough. There's always more coming out. And again, Execration has a draft that somewhat deals with those spiderlings. Theoretically, a Quap can kind of do that. The Tidehunter with Ags can. It just doesn't feel like you're at that point where it's actually a reality.
Oh, another nice rebound in. Xavier's just all over the place. Back in onto Tino, who's going to try and make his way out with the Hood of Defiance, but it's just so rough as Xavius. Well, he's not going to have another way of holding him down. So Tino, with the Moonlight Shadow, is going to be able to walk his way out. The thing is, and one thing we haven't mentioned this whole time, Natsumi's just free farm.
Yeah. He's just had control of the triangle. He's had control of the bot forward jungle. They do have some forward wards here from Execration, but they can't even afford to try and rotate because of all this aggression Polaris is applying. Like, they're just always on the map. They're always keeping one lane shoved in and just constantly throwing their heroes forward to buy that space out. At the same time, they're all still farming pretty well despite that.
They are. AK advantage now, Polaris. Looking very strong for this game 3. A bank, he's going to try and move in. Oh my goodness! He just disappears. Trying to play with force, but Lelouch has so much damage from just a mile away. A very nice sonic wave from Bob, but it's only to retreat. He just doesn't feel safe without the blink up. Yeah, Polaris, they'll just keep going. They'll just keep controlling the map. There's nothing they can do about it.
And they had to use that sonic wave to push back Xavius. If he landed that rebound, that would have been a kill. 100%. Bob would have fallen. He had to make that choice, and it buys them time. I mean, Palos is starting to farm up top. He's still a good 1K, 1.4K behind the Broodmother and way behind Natsumi. But he will have a Manta. And that will be at least one source of protection coming out for the Noxiron. Polaris, though, is starting to swing around there.
They're going to try... Oh, Palos. Yeah, he's going to song up. How does he get out? He'll try for the TP away. It looks like he's actually going to make it. Nice song TP. It's something. He's just going to survive. I can't say the same for Tino, though. Just look at the damage from Xavius. It's just not fair. You watch this, John. This is a Tidehunter. It's not fair.
It's 0 damage right now.
All right, John. Just, you know, dramatic effect, Jonathan. It matters. A bang. Oh, he gets caught mid-leap. He gets caught.
Oh, man, it's just not panning out here for Execration so far. Polaris, again, it's this aggression. It's the fact that they're not stopping with all these fights they're taking. They're just constantly on the move. They're the ones dictating these engagements. And Execration are the ones responding. It feels like Exa should be on the aggressive. And they've got the Mirana, they've got the Quap, Hoodwink. They have so many good heroes to start these fights first, but they aren't.
Well, miss out on Shanks this time around. Xavius, a very rare miss from him on the rebound. Was completely blind, to be fair, though. Mid T2 tower is going to drop 9k advantage now the way of Polaris Esports. Execration, they are desperately trying to find a way back into this game. There's just no room on the map to farm here. It's such a tough position. Like Palos, you can make all the comments you like about his gameplay this game, but he's got nowhere to farm. There is literally zero space for the Naga.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it last time, right? Like, he's forced to go up top to get that farm. He's still stuck up top. Manta style up, gonna need more. Main timing for Naga just feels like without the defusal, you're looking at like Heart Butterfly. Maybe you go back for the defusal because you're up against Medusa, but durability is going to be king for Palos this game, and it's just such a long time until any of those items are up. Polaris, they're doing a good job of just keeping all the lanes shoved after making a little bit of a move down bot.
Yeah, bottom lane, the Quap being caught out. Meanwhile, AU also getting caught by Palos, so maybe they could try to find some form of a trade, but Force is there to back him up anyway. AU's not going to drop. Meanwhile, bottom side, Xavius, he does cop the Sharpshooter. He might just drop. They even pop the Ravage.
Ooh.
Just to make sure he can't rebound out. That's how desperate the game is right now.
Yeah, that's... I mean, at this point, you take what you can get. You know, you're so far behind. Just finding this kill is important in and of its own. But Ravage is down for a long time. Polaris will know that. They still have the Stone Gaze out from the Medusa. They basically have almost everything outside of just Thunder God's Wrath. And that's a scary thing for Exa. Every time we see them win these bigger team fights, it's off the back of that Ravage. Without that tool, you're really relying on Shanks getting some big bushwhacks off. But Polaris have been so good at cutting the proper tree to prevent those bushwhacks from latching.
It's just so rough. It's so rough. 8 to 17, 10k advantage, 20 minutes in. You look at that graph, 93%. I'd say it's a little bit higher right now, but I'll believe DOTA2, I'll believe Gaben. Polaris Esports moving in. They found a Bing again this time. The rebound will not land, but they've got the shards with the poison touch. A Bing, though, is going to commit all his leap charges to be able to get himself out. But Roshan's now open. Nothing you can do to fight this one out either. This is why I hate when teams give Force this Broodmother. They'll send the Spiderlings out all across the map. He knows exactly when they're coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you smoke towards the Roshan pit, there's no way. And even once you get close to the Roshan pit, it's gonna break the smoke, and guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna find a spider crawling up your pants, John.
Yep.
It's not a good feeling, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's definitely the Australian experience. And sometimes even all the smoke in the world's not enough to kill those spiders, or even, you know, just prevent them from being effective. Polaris, secondary life now up on Natsumi, feeling good here. Scotty almost done, one part away. Dragonlance up, this Medusa is just so tanky. Force?
He might be able to do this himself. Palos, he's going to try and fight back. Pushback will land. Sharpshooter will be there from Shanks. Maybe he's gone a bit too far. Or maybe... Where's the damage? Did he not just Sharpshooter? Force? He's just walking away. Rebound is...
What?
They're going to turn it.
What?
Shanks, he's going to run. TP away. Am I seeing things? Was there not a Sharpshooter there?
I think it did come out. Was it a long channel? It looked a little bit short, maybe just trying to rip him apart. There was also the raid pack on hand.
Of course.
On the side, so I think that ate through a chunk of the damage. That and the use of the pipe. I heard a pipe go off, or at least a hood of defiance. So hey, there you go.
What a meta.
There's the mechanics on hand.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Amazing.
What a night.
Yeah. Here we go again. A Bing. He finds to leap out, but the top tier 2 towers just dropping. There's nothing they can do to defend this. Creation's still just trying to find space in the map to give to Palos. Speaking of, though, he is still dead, but he'll be back up in just a moment. Natsumi, meanwhile, onto the tier 3 tower, top side. That side kick gonna give him all the damage he requires. Like, you look at his items, and there's really nothing giving him damage apart from that side kick, but that's all you need. He doesn't need much else. They'll try to chip away at the mana pool of the Medusa. She's only lost about 1/4 of it, though. With all those spells being thrown out, Natsumi, he'll force out the glyph. That's going to be enough for him for now. He might come back in a minute.
Yeah, doesn't clear out any of the creep wave. You still have top shoving in. So you're going to be able to get another opportunity onto the high ground. Bob with a BKB might be able to do a little bit more though, and they will smoke up. Ravage is ready.
So hard. Tino's going to find the perfect initiation here. Bushwhack, it's going to land, but you're only chipping away at the Medusa for now. Even then, she's got an Aegis up, so it's going to be very, very challenging to be able to get through double lives. It feels like you want to save the Ravage. In fact, Dispose is going to be out. Tino, he got caught for a second, but he wants to force the fight. Arrow is going to land. Maybe they can blow up Xavius. A big Sonic Wave with the Shallow Grave. It's going to be there in time. Polaris, they might keep going, but no. It seems like they'll sit back, go after the racks instead. As Tino, he'll move back up onto the Medusa. They want to get through that first life, but she's taking literally no damage as Bob in the backside on the BKB. It's not going to last too much longer. He'll blink away, but instead they'll make the jump in onto a bang. There's your Thunder God's Wrath. They've already lost 2. They've lost 3. Polaris, they'll just keep going for more. Tino, he's just trying to run, but there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. There's 3 down without buyback.
That's going to be at least 2 sets of racks. Bot tier 2 still stands. They're not going to be able to go for the mega creeps yet. But Polaris find themselves in a commanding position in this game. 8-22, 17k up. And Execration. I mean, on paper, they do have answers, but it takes a while for those answers to be online. They're not able to really stop Polaris, and this is the point where the deuce is just ridiculous. You only have these 2 items, Manta Scotty. It's more than enough. You didn't contest Natsumi in his farm, so he's just able to build up, going for the MKB next. There's really no answer. They have Ravage on hand. Tino could try to make a play, but without the Sonic Wave, it feels like you lack a lot of damage.
It's tough. They're going to try one last time. They've still got the Ravage up, so maybe they can try to make something happen. Tino, rebound again. Xavius is there, kind of warning him not to try and throw it as a song. Is out. Palos, he's setting up perfectly. This could be a big Ravage. It never comes out, though. Tino, he doesn't bother throwing it out yet. Now he does. He lands on every single person, but do they have the damage? It doesn't seem like it. Palos is gone. Oh, it's just
GG.
too much. GG's called. GG is called. Polaris Esports. They make it happen in this game 3. The boys out of the Visayas region. Messiah Pride here, Jonathan. They've done it. Your grand champions of the Predator League 2022. It's going to be Polaris Esports.
Now, what a game coming out from Polaris. They changed their draft in a big way. Both sides adjust amazingly in game 3.
Where's the excitement? What are they doing?
Cool, calm, and collected the side of Polaris is. You know, they've just beaten their brothers in arms. They got all of that energy out in the prep when they were just kind of yelling at each other. Big win for Polaris, right? It's been a long journey. They had to play in the qualifiers to get there. They had to win out in Manila. And they win out here as well. A perfect run on that upper bracket. Only 1 loss here in the grand finals. And these guys have shaped up since the last time. A lot of us have seen them in the LCQs, right? And they were also very promising there. But this team has just continuously refined itself, and we see that really shine in this game.
Absolutely spectacular performance throughout the whole tournament. Obviously, they dropped 1 game here to Execration, and you've got to give props to the boys from Execration, John. They put on a hell of a show here in this grand finals as well. They had to make a lower bracket run very early on, but they made it happen. They end up getting 2nd place. Kisses all around here as well. I mean, these guys are great friends as well. I mean, we were talking about the trash talk earlier. It's all about being friends and just giving each other crap. I'm sure Execration, they're more than happy to see their brothers in arms come first. They'll take 2nd place.
Yeah, they're happy enough. This grand finals is really a fight of brothers, and you know, despite what happens, you're happy for the opposing team. At the same time, of course, there is a little bit of heartbreak. You worked hard to get here. It's been a tough journey for Execration. They ran through the lower bracket in amazing fashion, but it's just not enough to go up against Polaris here.
Absolutely not. There it is, the champions, Polaris Esports. I mean, again, very, very stoic. Maybe not believing they've actually pulled off the victory here quite yet. We'll have a chance to talk to them very, very soon. But what a series it was here between these 2 teams. Happy to see the boys win as well. I mean, I want to say, John, I did think they were the favorites going into the whole tournament. You know, I kept saying it, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I've got to show off a little bit here. You've been showing off all week. But there you go. They've done it.
They have. They've met the expectations. I think a lot of times, previously, where we'd say Polaris is the favorite, somehow it falters a bit. Not here. It's been consistent. It's been the riskiest tournament they've been in, all best of ones. And again, only dropping that 1 game in the grand finals. Spectacular performance coming out from them. They've just done a great job of adapting, of playing the game. And in that last game, I mean, they went back to comfort, right? Like they got Force, his Broodmother in the first phase. The confidence to still pull it off. And it's still does what it does. Force is just a very mean Broodmother player.
All right, well, with that, we are going to see you very, very soon for an interview with the winners, Polaris Esports. We'll see you all then.
Kaya ata, oy.
All right, ladies and gents, we're here with Polaris, our grand finals winner here in the Predator League 2022. Let me pass this question first on to you, Ayu. How are you feeling after this long journey? All best of ones, you only dropped one game in the series. How are you feeling about this win?
Of course, we feel great of the outcome of the tournament. Yeah. And that's it, I guess. We feel great, I guess.
That's good. I mean, it's a big win here in Tokyo, of course. For you, Bumi, I'm curious. You know, this is the classic sort of fight in the Philippines, right? The Bisayawa versus the Tangalogs. You know, that's the banter we have on hand. Is it extra special when you get to play against your friends like this in a big setting like this?
For me, it's like normal because usually we always play against them, like in DPC and other tournaments. So yeah, for me, it's kind of normal.
I want to hear what happened in game number one, because I was saying behind the scenes, I had faith in you boys, by the way. I was saying 2-0 all the way for Polaris Esports. What went wrong in game one for you guys?
I think on game one we just got fucked out. We just got fucked out on the lane. Like it was so hard for us. So yeah, maybe it's just on the lane.
Okay, all right. Tell me about the celebration afterwards. You guys looked very stoic, no smiles, nothing. Did you expect to just win? Is that what it is?
Sorry.
After the matchup, you guys didn't even celebrate. You didn't even look happy. You're just straight faced. What happened? You expected to win that much?
Yeah, I mean, like we just confident on our game to drop. Maybe like it was like, yeah. I mean, our hero is just good against them.
Yeah, and it did look good when you guys played it there. I'm curious, you know, going forward, it's going to be a long journey. Though you guys have been together for a while. What do you think you guys learned together in this tournament specifically, going through this journey? Maybe Kuya Force answers.
I just hope no one just leaves the team right now. That's what I want to say, I guess. And yeah, we're very skilled and experienced as a team already because we've stayed for a long time, and I think it's just the fruition of our journey together.
Yeah, and it's been quite the journey. Again, big congratulations to you guys for winning Predator League 2022 Grand Finals phase here in Tokyo. Of course, it's been a long journey in this tournament. We can take a look back at how the tournament went here, take a look at the bracket of that journey, and kind of review how Polaris went through this run. You can see in the brackets, starting from the upper bracket, undefeated all the way until just dropping one game here in the best of 3, Mike.
Well, they had to lose one game, Jonathan. I mean, it would have been, you know, rather undramatic had they just won the whole thing 2-0. So they end up getting the whole thing their way. Like I said, John, I predicted these boys were going to win, obviously. It's Polaris Esports. We always knew these guys were the strongest going in, and what a fantastic tournament it's been.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. And you can also see the opposite journey for Execration. They dropped into the lower bracket really early on. They managed to get a really good run, but just not enough to face off against the Bisayawa boys right here. And of course, that's it for the tournament right now. We do have our ending ceremony later tonight. We'll catch you all there. Thank you for tuning in to the tournament. Thank you for supporting everyone, all the teams, all the players are very excited, and all of us are very happy to have you around. Come back for the closing ceremony later on. We'll see you then.
It's going to be lit.
Bye-bye.
Sayonara.
Congrats, boys.
Thank you.
Vivo,
League 2022 Grand Finals, last day, first match. Let's get things underway. Gonna just run away. The tree block coming in. The split earth off the mark though. Now the meat hook into Dismember. Palos has them under the tower, but not quite close enough, so he won't bring down Force. He got him in the tower. Still nonetheless, with Arbang showing up, Force in some trouble. One more right click. Palos
is juking it.
Yeah, he's juking his heart out here. And with the Impale, he's got another 4 Flesh Heap stacks. Unfortunately, he didn't get the stack on Force, but
Rocket starting to bang out.
they're a bit too far away. Arbang just going to drop the spells. Try and kill up some creeps on his way out. But here comes the Pudge. They've got a Vendetta. The meat hook to lead things off here. Gets the Carapace as well, but a nice spear going to disrupt things, but it don't get the Rolling Thunder up. And Natsumi now dismembered up. That's 2 cores down. Look at the gold. It's still pretty even, Lacoste. Hold that thought as the loot rolling forward. Wants to start a fight on good terms here. Finds the Nyx Assassin who does get a chance to get the Vendetta off and gets the Carapace onto the Penguin right before dying. That may be enough to punish this Pangolier who hasn't got Rolling Thunder anymore. Shield Crash not going to be enough to keep him alive as Bob charging in as a double damage and will eat them alive underneath the tower. Still has a BKB if needed. Doesn't get it off though. Force just blows him up. A bit of a Bob classic there, diving in a bit too deep, but they're winning the fight nonetheless as Palos. They know this is going on. Pudge is getting low. He's getting bashed in the pit too. The spear going to catch the Nyx. This Nyx is just going to melt to the life stealer. The 2 heroes stun onto the dire side, onto the Lelouch. Forces Mars. Mars burning down.
Whoa, big one!
From downtown. Palos, he was killing one while meat hooking another. AU's Clockwork going to bail out Xavius. Coming a little bit too late. They may get more. The Visage speared into the base here. Tino getting pretty low. As the Birds to try and help bail him out here. Lifestealer with all that magic community, BKB and double rage. Lelouch
will hook him out.
In with the Dismember, gets Lifestealer and Force. He just came back
and
in the fight.
Another one.
Oh, it's too good.
I don't think they're gonna call it Execrate. They are. Okay, I thought they have like one more fight. Good, like Mars did manage to land this amazing combo where you spear and then use Arena, but way too much damage. In stage, some good trades. You did have Jakiro coming in as soaking up some damage, trading the kills. Pudge hitting level 6 minutes into the game. I don't think he missed any of the hooks when it mattered. It's gonna be the lane. Very strong. They gotta be careful again how they approach. Safe lane Pudge, managed to deal with.
Coming in from the Jewel Breath.
Should
Needs
be
a
up.
vision for a charge. Yep, it's got to be soon. He's committed. He wants Palos.
I don't know about this one.
Now this is deep. There's the charge. One more right click. He's got it.
Okay.
What? Hashtag worth. And more numbers, more backup, especially with the cavalry coming. Less strength on the move as well. Bob's been found. Here comes the charge in from Force. He's got the pickup onto the Razor. They want Bob, but the Ice Path is there to kind of disrupt things here. But Polaris have numbers. It is bouncing, doing some big damage, and Shanks gets 1 kill there onto the Leshrac, but they've already lost 2 in the process. Shanks still alive. He's just fighting his way through this one, but another charge will finish him off. Tino shows up to get some cleanup in as well. Kills off AU's Lich. What a chain frost coming in from him. Xavius goes for a charge through the river, but he's going to cancel it. Gets the Nether Strike off on Tino. Sets up a meat hook. Anything to cancel the Dismember. Shanks tries to go charging in to help bail his buddy out, but Tino's already dead. Nice pull in. They've got Shanks as well. Same time. Here comes the charge. Palos, they know where he is with that charge. He can't juke away from him. Shadow Dance revealing where he is, and they're getting a couple kills out of this, hunting for more. Lelouch is on the high ground. But be careful, that Aegis is still there for now. Will be expiring in 2 seconds time, so needs to get away from them. We'll start healing in just a second. The charge coming in on Bob. Lelouch is healing though, and they didn't break the regen, so
Bob got surprised by it.
Yep, indeed. Doesn't have a care in the world with the Aegis that he's playing around, and they've maybe caught Palos here. Blinking in his Force on that Primal Beast, and BKB will mitigate some of the damage, but the right clicks is enough to bring down the Slark. He's got no buyback, and they've got the Dismember as well to bring down Bob's Razor. GG is called. Lacoste, you said one more fight, and that's all it was. It wasn't really much of a fight, though. It was an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, they have no business left in this game. Polaris, safe lane didn't go. Earthbreaker, this was the pick that made a lot of changes to this game. How the game's going to be played, also getting a solo kill on Slark, getting the first blood, getting to the phase boots, being able to get out of the trouble multiple times.
Even by it officially.
What else is unrelated, Jonathan? We're going to go into the Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, last day, final match.
Early,
bottom.
Ronaldo.
Palos in trouble again. He's completely alone, so Force can have his way with him. Palos just trying to run, but it doesn't seem like there's anywhere to go. Or maybe there is. Shanks. He'll make it just in time. Palos, he buys his time with the mirror images and Force. You know, he's going to rotate a big Ravage out as well, landing on 3, into the Arrow, onto the Zeus, but they've got the shallow grave. He's not even close to dying yet. Lelouch, he's going to step away. Maybe he does drop. Tino on the chase, but Lelouch is healing up. Bob, he'll try to blink in. Surely they find Lelouch, but Bob, he might drop for this. He'll go for a run out, but Force is there. AU's the one to take the kill. He'll try to punish a great sharpshooter. Shanks, he does catch the dazzle, but it may cost his own life. Force going in for more. The Scurry making it a little bit harder. In fact, Palos is there with the instant. Force, how far are you going? He's gone to Arrow is going to land. Maybe they can blow up Xavius. A big sonic wave with the shallow grave. It's going to be there in time. Polaris, they might keep going, but no. It seems like they'll sit back, go after the racks instead. As Tino, he'll move back up onto the Medusa. They want to get through that first light, but she's taking literally no damage as Bob in the backside on the BKB. It's not going to last too much longer. He'll blink away, but instead they'll make the jump in onto a bang. There's your Thunder God's Wrath. They've already lost 2. They've lost 3. Polaris, they'll just keep going for 4. Tino, he's just trying to run, but there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Again, Xavius is there, kind of warning him not to try and put it as a song. Here's our Palos. He's setting up perfectly. This could be a big Ravage. It never comes out, though. Tino, he doesn't bother throwing it out yet. Now he does. He lands on every single person. But do they have the damage? It doesn't seem like it. Palos is gone. Oh, it's just GG. Too much. GG's called. GG is called. Polaris Esports. They make it happen in this game 3. The boys out of the Visayas region. Messiah Pride here, Jonathan. They've done it. You're great.
Adjust amazingly in game 3.
Where's the excitement? What are they doing?
Cool, calm, collected the side of Polaris is. You know, they've just beaten their brothers in arms. They got all of that energy out in the prep when they were just kind of yelling at each other.
We are pleased to announce the closing ceremony of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, a 3-day event held here in Tokyo, Japan. The top 3 teams in Dota 2 and PUBG will enter now. Please welcome the Dota 2 winners, Polaris Esports, 2nd place Execration, and 3rd place Grand Sky Esports, into the stage.
Next is the winner, Genius Esports, 2nd place, Dam1 Gaming, and 3rd place, Archangel Predator.
For Dota 2 in 3rd place, please come up to the stage. Congratulations, Grind Sky Esports, for your 3rd place finish here at the Asia Predator League. Finishing in 3rd place. A bit of an underdog story, Lacoste. What do you make of this team?
Absolutely. No one expected them to be here, but against all odds, they make it. They're here taking the 3rd place. Absolutely amazing performance. A team that has a bright future together.
Yeah, they kind of came out of nowhere, caught a lot of people by surprise, and they're going to be very happy with the performance they did. Here they are receiving their check for $15,000 with their 3rd place finish.
Next up, of course, in 3rd place for PUBG, we have Archangel Predator. Congratulations, guys. Please come up to the stage. I gotta say, dude, I mean, we were casting this not really expecting Archangel to reach this top of a position, especially they didn't get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, they really soared high in this tournament, and they played absolutely perfect, and just the consistency is a testament to their skill. May Archangel continue on.
A well-deserved win.
And for Dota 2 in 2nd place, we have Team Execration. Congratulations. Representing the Philippines, Execration came so close to taking the title, but they've got a lot to be proud of, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. A proud team from the proud country and pushing it to Game 3 in the Grand Finals.
Next up, of course, for PUBG in 2nd place, we have Dam1 Gaming. Congratulations. Please come up to the stage. Gotta say, against all odds, they were having such a great start. Midway became incredibly rocky, but still somehow they were able to bounce back.
Oh yeah, totally. They set the tone of this tournament from the get-go, from day number 1. They played super spectacular and it came down to close margins, Asarai, but they were able to make it happen and secure the silver.
Again, another deserved win.
And finally, for Dota 2, in 1st place, big congratulations, Polaris Esports. dropping just one game on the way to their grand finals victory. What a showing from this team, Lacoste.
Absolutely dominant performance in the grand finals, only losing one game, as you mentioned.
And of course, last but definitely not least, the first place in PUBG, your champions, Genius Esports!
Just a huge surprise, the best, most dominating thing we have seen from them.
Yeah, way above the rest. What is it, like 70 points above Damwon Gaming? An absolutely dominant performance from Genius.
Genius just really showing that sometimes you can really subvert expectations. This is one of the most dominant runs I've ever seen in any tournament for PUBG.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Again, it was a very good surprise because we were talking about how it was a different or difficult thing for the Vietnamese region to really pop off, especially in the international scene. And somehow it's Genius that surpassed every single expectation that we were expecting from anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at coming into this tournament, right, studying on up, you're wondering how will their playstyle stand up to the rest of the competition internationally. And by goodness, they passed with flying colors. 5 chicken dinners, winning a third of every single match we played here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when you go back to how the interview went and what their answer was, their only real goal was to get top place and to look further into other international tournaments, which is, I think, a big credit to just how confident they were able to perform in this particular event of ours.
Yeah, they're shooting for the stars. Hopefully they end up at the very least at the moon, because they have just been so universally loved, at least in case in the aspect of how they were playing, just really dominant. At first, you know, showing what their prowess was on Miramar, but they rounded out their game on Erangel to show that they got the best of both coins.
Oh, okay. I got something for you guys. So next up, we have the Intel MVP Award. So for PUBG, let's give it for Attack All Around's Escalucia. Please come to the stage again. Sorry. Attack All Around's Escalucia. Come here, man. You got something. We got a prize for you, dude. Apologies for that. Yeah, you win a prize.
Very well deserved.
Yes, we're going to be presenting to you the Intel MVP Award. And of course, with that, a nice little prize of a Predator Helios 300. Look at the surprise on Escalucia's face. Did not expect to be called out here at the stage.
I mean, it's a pleasant surprise. I do very well deserved once more. Absolutely phenomenal throughout the tournament.
Again, thank you so much, Escalucia, and congrats. All right, of course, that's only PUBG. We still have our DOTA2 Intel MVP Award. I'll call him onto the stage from Yangon Galacticos, Ati. Yes, please, come up to the stage. it was an extra surprise. So you can see the surprise on their face.
Yeah.
And again, he's going to be winning similar or same with Escalucia, a Predator Helios 300. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again to Escalucia and Atsi for being our Intel MVP awardees. Again, congratulations. And now, here's a quick little announcement from Miss Sue.
Hello. So this year's Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 Grand Finals was actually held here in Tokyo, Japan.
But the next edition, happening in 2024, will be in our country, Manila, Philippines. For more information, do check out the website.
So exciting to have everyone come fly to the Philippines, right,
I know,
Alodia?
that would be a dream come true to see
Exactly.
everyone converge. And we'll be preparing a lot for it. So yeah, super looking forward to it.
Yes, we'll make more announcements soon, so do watch out for that.
One more time, please. We'd love to see the two championship teams from Dota 2 and PUBG. Please step forward once more. Polaris Esports and Genius Esports. Congratulations. Come back onto the stage. The winners here, your champions of the Predator League 2022 is Polaris Esports and Genius Esports. Congratulations. Thank you very much for watching. Once again, a big round of applause for the teams that competed in Predator League 2022 in Japan. As said, the next Predator League will take place in the Philippines. We will see you soon.